Welcome back. Before we begin our spooky adventure tonight, remember to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and share this video with other horror enthusiasts to give us more motivation. I'd love to know where you're watching from and what time it is, so leave a comment below and cheer me on YouTube. On Valentine's night, my girlfriend and I noticed a white SUV with a little sticker on the back that said, in cutesy cursive letters, "Love stories on the road." At first it was just background noise in the parking lot. You know how it is, every SUV looks the same when you are trying to find your own car in a sea of headlights and exhaust. We saw it outside the steakhouse when we were waiting 45 minutes for a table. We saw it again when we pulled into the faded, neon-lit mini-golf place across the street. And then we saw those same dirty headlights slide in behind us when we finally got on that dead, unlit county highway that cuts through the woods. By the time I realized that SUV was not a coincidence, our tires were already shredded and there was nothing but black trees and dirty snow in every direction. The police like to tell people I panicked, that what I saw in that drainage ditch was probably just animal remains dumped by hunters. They wrote in the report that my girlfriend and I were under extreme stress, that the low light and the cold could have impacted perception. They used a lot of calm, clinical words instead of just admitting what they found the next morning when we were already home, shaking, trying to scrub the smell off our skin. They said we imagined the bones in the trash bags. But I did not imagine the way one of those bags had split open when my flashlight hit it. I did not imagine the pale wrist sticking out, fingers stiff and swollen, with a gold wedding band sunk halfway into the skin. I did not imagine the hollow eye socket staring up at me from a half-crushed skull, or the way something inside one of the bags shifted when we tried not to breathe. And I definitely did not imagine the sticker on the back of that SUV, or the way the woman driving it smiled when she offered us a free Valentine's photo shoot. Just for a lovely young couple like you. I can live with people thinking I overreacted. I can live with a detective rolling his eyes when I say the words white SUV and bones and Valentine. What I cannot live with is the smell that still hits me some nights when I'm alone. Standing in my kitchen with the fridge humming and the highway a dull roar outside. That thick, sweet, rotten smell of plastic, old water, and something that used to be human. I moved away from that town. I got a different car. I stopped driving on back roads after dark. But when I close my eyes, I am still lying flat on my stomach at the edge of that ditch, gripping frozen dirt with numb fingers, listening to gravel crunch under someone's boots just a few yards away, and trying to decide whether to call 911 or just pray. So if you are listening to this on your way home tonight, and you notice a white SUV behind you with a cute little sticker that says, "Love stories on the road," do not do what we did. Do not shrug it off. Do not tell yourself it is just another couple out for a drive. Because this is the part of the story where we still thought we were going to make it home. 1.1. Present night. Laptop light. My name is Tyler Haynes, and right now I am sitting at a cheap particle board table in a cheap apartment that looks out over the parking lot of a Walmart. If whoever runs your channel decides to read this, that is probably not the kind of opening line people are expecting. They want the hook, the blood, the part with the bones in the trash bags. I will get there. I have seen things on a dead county road that I know were human, no matter what the sheriff wrote in his report. But I need you to understand the place I am writing from, and the sounds around me while I am typing this, or none of it is going to feel real. The only light in here is the yellow cone from the kitchen fixture, one of those glass domes that always look dirty no matter how many times you wipe them. It buzzes softly, a cheap fluorescent ring that makes everything in the room just a little too sick-colored. Under it. My laptop screen throws that cold blue on my hands, on the chipped surface of the table, on the half-empty bottle of store-brand cola next to me. Behind me, the fridge keeps doing its thing, the low hum, the click as the compressor cuts off, a second of silence that somehow feels louder than the noise. Then the hum again. Through the wall to my right, my neighbor's TV is going. Some game show with canned laughter that keeps rising and falling like someone breathing on the other side of a door. Through the thin blinds above the sink, I can see the parking lot sodium lights, a smear of white from the Walmart sign, a few scattered cars under the orange glow. Farther out, if I stop and listen, I can hear the faint wash of the highway. It is never really quiet in this town. Tractor trailers, cars, that endless, distant hiss of people going somewhere else. The apartment itself is old enough that it has its own voice. Every time the heat kicks on, the ducts thump and tick in the walls, like someone knocking politely from inside the drywall, somewhere in the bathroom. A pipe gets air in it and coughs a little. 3 hollow knocks in a row. There is a plastic trash bag hanging on the knob of the front closet door, and every now and then it shifts in the draft from the hallway, giving off that dry, crinkling whisper of nylon on paint. That sound bothers me more than it should. I work nights at a warehouse off the interstate. Nothing dramatic, just stacking pallets, scanning barcodes, loading trucks, listening to the same playlists over and over soon, until the songs stop sounding like music and start sounding like machinery. I get off around 10 or 11 most nights, depending on how bad the trucks are backed up. I pick up gas station food, drive back to this building, walk up 2 flights of grimy stairs, and collapse into this chair. I am not special. I am not the kind of person horror stories are supposed to happen to. That is something I keep coming back to. Sitting here, trying to figure out how to start this. You know those highway exits with a Walmart, a Dollar Tree, a couple of chain restaurants, maybe a car wash and a storage facility. That is my whole world most days. I live in the crappy apartment behind all of that. I buy my groceries under the same lights that shine into my bedroom, on Sundays, if I can't sleep. I sit in my car at the edge of the lot and watch other people load up their trunks and go home to places with fences and trees and kids' bikes in the yard. 3 years ago, on Valentine's night, I found out why some of those people never made it home. Every Valentine's Day since then, I tell myself I am going to treat it like any other shift. Go to work, come back, microwave something. Pretend it is just another date on the calendar. And every Valentine's night, without fail, my brain drags me back to that stretch of county road in the dark, to the white SUV behind us, to the ditch full of black trash bags, to the pale hand sticking out of one of them, fingers swollen, a wedding ring half sunk into the skin. The cops got the polished version of that story, the version without the part where I nearly slid into that ditch myself, the version where we thought we saw bones, where we believed we smelled decay, where everything could be explained away by stress and low visibility and an overactive imagination. The therapist I saw afterward got an even softer edit. I did not mention the voicemail. I did not mention the Facebook page. I did not mention how sometimes, late at night, I hear a sound in the hallway outside my door that is exactly like a camera shutter coming from behind my peephole. You are not getting the soft edit. That is why I am writing to a horror channel instead of going back to the station or booking another appointment. Your audience people who listen to these videos while they drive long stretches of highway, or wash dishes in dim kitchens, or lie in bed staring at the ceiling. Those are the only people I can imagine actually taking this seriously. The only people, I guess, who understand that creepy does not always stay an internet word. Sometimes it gets into the real world and never leaves. Right now, while you are listening to this, there are sounds around you too. Maybe you are in your car, hands on the wheel, and you can hear the low rush of your tires over the asphalt, the rattle of something in your trunk you meant to fix months ago. Maybe you are in your kitchen, water running in the sink, plates touching. The fridge behind you humming just like mine. Maybe you are in bed, lights off, phone screen bright, and the loudest thing in the room is the little crack and pop of your house settling in the dark. That is how it was for me, just background noise, just life, right up until I heard almost the exact same sounds, gravel, plastic, something heavy shifting through my phone on a day I should not have heard from anyone. I used to be the guy who rolled his eyes at Valentine's Day. I called it a scam, a Hallmark tax, all the usual single guy bullshit. I would joke about ordering a heart-shaped pizza for myself, drinking cheap beer, and scrolling past couples' posts like it did not bother me. That year was different. That year, I had Mia. Mia liked the cheesy stuff. She liked paper hearts taped on store windows and pink frosted cookies in the break room at her job. She liked those dumb little stuffed bears you win from claw machines. We had been fighting a lot, and for once, I decided I was going to shut up and lean into it, do something right. So I booked a table at one of the chain steakhouse places off the highway, the kind of place with buckets of peanuts and neon beer signs in the window. I promised her an actual date, real food, not frozen, real conversation, not me half listening with a controller in my hand. I told her we could go play indoor mini golf across the parking lot while we waited for our table. Like we were teenagers again, instead of two tired people in their late 20s trying not to talk about bills. It sounds small when I write it out, but at the time it felt like a big step, like I was finally taking Valentine's seriously, not because I suddenly believed in it, but because I believed in her. I did not know that night was going to ruin the smell of snow and asphalt for me forever. I did not know it was going to turn every white SUV with an out-of-state plate into something that makes my stomach twist. I just knew I did not want to screw up one more thing with the one person who still seemed to think I was worth the effort. There is one more thing you should know before I start telling you what happened on that road. This is not the first time I have tried to forget it. It is, however, the first time I am admitting the part that still makes my hands sweat when my phone rings from an unknown number. Last Valentine's Day, not the one with the ditch, but the one that just passed. I was getting ready for work, standing right here in this kitchen, when my phone buzzed with a new voicemail. No caller ID, no missed call notification, just a little red dot and the word voicemail. When I hit play, there was no voice, no scammer, no wrong number apology, just the crunch of tires on gravel, the dry hiss of plastic bags rubbing together, and that slow, unmistakable click-click of a film camera being wound and fired again, and again, and again. I will tell you about that message later, about what I think it means, about why. After all this time, I finally gave in and started typing tonight. For now, you just need to know that I did not start writing this because I thought it would be fun to scare strangers. I started writing because I am afraid that, sooner or later, the people in that white SUV are going to want a second take. 1.2, the town, the duplex, and her. The town I lived in back then is the kind of place you only ever see from an exit ramp. If you were just passing through on the interstate, you would see the green sign with the name, the little fork symbol for food and gas, and you would make a split-second decision, take the ramp or keep going. If you took it, you would get the same layout you've seen 100 times: Walmart squatting at the center of everything, a Dollar Tree next to it, a strip of fast food, a couple of chain restaurants, a car wash, a gas station, a storage place with rows of metal doors, a church with a sign out front telling you Jesus loves you and that there is a pancake breakfast on Saturday. To me, that was not a generic exit. That was home in the winter. The snowplows would come rumbling through before dawn, scraping the grease slush off the highway and pushing it into tired, black-streaked piles along the curbs of the Walmart lot. They made this awful grinding sound, metal on ice and asphalt, that shivered through your teeth if you stood outside long enough. By 10 in the morning, the parking lot would be full of cars and minivans, people tramping salt and dirty snow across the automatic doors, carts rattling, kids whining, the same cycle every day. On Sundays, you could tell how late you were running by how full the church parking lot was. Early service cars went in first, then cleared. Then the late service people rolled in bleary-eyed with travel mugs and kids in shirts they clearly did not want to be wearing. The steeple sat right there behind the Taco Bell, a white triangle trying very hard to point toward heaven through a forest of billboards. My duplex was behind all of that, on a sad little side street with cracked sidewalks and too many trash cans. It used to be an old house once, I guess. Somebody had cut it in half vertically and turned it into 2 units, then pretended that would last forever. The paint was peeling, the gutters sagged, and somebody had long ago given up on the flower beds, which were now just frozen dirt, cigarette butts, and the occasional plastic bag caught in a dead bush. You got to my door by climbing a narrow set of wooden stairs that felt like they were built for smaller people in a quieter century. Every step had its own sound, its own pitch, a low groan on the second step, a sharp squeak on the fourth, a hollow thunk up near the landing. If you came home drunk or tried to sneak in late, the stairs would announce you whether you wanted them to or not. Inside, the floors did the same thing. The hardwood was old, the cheap kind they put down in the 60s and never refinished. In the daytime, it just looked dull. At night, when everything else went quiet, you could hear every complaint it made. The neighbor upstairs walked like he was trying to stomp holes through to China, heels hitting the floor in the same pattern every night when he got home from whatever job required that much anger. Somewhere along the shared wall, a heating pipe rattled and knocked every time the furnace kicked on, sending those same 3 hollow blows through the bones of the building like some muffled warning. There was almost always wind in the hallway. The front door to the building never sealed quite right. And even on the stillest days, a draft worked its way up and around the corners. That draft found every loose thing it could take out: menus on the counter, the thin blinds in my bedroom, and the plastic trash bag on the hook by the door. It would make that bag whisper and crackle as it shifted, reacting to a breeze you could not feel on your skin when you are trying to fall asleep. The sound of plastic moving on its own is a lot bigger than it should be. At night, you could hear the town breathing through the walls, the hiss of tires on wet pavement out on the main road, the distant, hollow beeping of trucks backing up behind the stores, the occasional shriek of a snowplow blade hitting a manhole cover. Somewhere in the alley, a cat would go to war with a trash can, claws scraping metal, the lid banging, followed by that same plastic sack crackle I can still hear when I close my eyes. That was the backdrop of our life, mine and Mia's. Chain stores and dirty snow, and the constant noise of people doing the same things over and over again. Mia did not live in the duplex with me full-time. She had her own place across town, closer to the small medical office where she worked the front desk. Some nights she stayed over because it was closer to her early shift the next morning. Some nights she stayed because we were getting along, and it felt too heavy to go back to separate beds after we finally managed a good day. Other times, she drove straight home without really saying why, and I would know we were back in the part of the cycle where it felt like anything I said might make things worse. She was burned out in a different way than I was. My exhaustion came from lifting and pushing and being on my feet all night. Hers came from dealing with people in pain and people who did not want to listen. Insurance arguments, angry patients, doctors who handed her problems with a smile and went back into exam rooms. She would come home with her hair still smelling like the disinfectant they used at the office, dump her bag on my chair, and stare at the wall for a while before she could talk. We fought about the same three things, like clockwork money, the future, and me. Mia wanted a plan, not a mansion, not some Instagram life, just a rough map that said we would not be working nights at the same exit ramp in 10 years. She talked about maybe going back to school, getting certified for something better, saving for a down payment on a small house in a quieter neighborhood. She watched videos about budgeting, sent me links about couples' financial goals, bookmarked apartments in other towns with better schools just in case. I told her we would figure it out later, when my hours got more stable, later, when she was less tired, later, when the car was paid off. I always had a reason, and the reason always ended with next month or next year. She told me, more than once, that I felt like a man who thought his life was a temporary job he could quit when he felt like it. I told her she was making everything heavier than it needed to be. We both said things we did not mean, and things we did. By the time that February rolled around, we were in one of those stretches where it felt like every conversation was just a rehearsal for a breakup. You know that feeling, when you are still together, technically. But every time you look at the person, you can see the version of the future where they are not sitting across from you anymore. Every small annoyance feels like a sign. Every silence feels like a verdict. I am not telling you all this to make you feel bad for me. I am telling you because it matters that Valentine's Day did not start out as some romantic movie montage for us. It started as a last chance assignment. Mia texted me a few days before I booked the night off. Please don't bail. Steakhouse at 7. Mini golf across the lot while we wait. Then horror movie at your place if we're not sick of each other. The little smiley face she put at the end of that last line looked exhausted, even as an emoji. I said yes. I said I had made a reservation at the steakhouse off the highway, the one with the neon sign and the buckets of peanuts on the tables. I said we would do mini golf. I said I would even let her pick the horror movie. I tried to sound like it was fun, not like a test. On the morning of Valentine's Day, I woke up to the sound of a snowplow grinding past the building, scraping the street down to a mix of ice and bare asphalt. For a second, I just lay there, listening. The plow's blade hit a manhole, jolted, shrieked. Then the engine noise faded as it turned toward the highway. After it was gone, the world seemed weirdly quiet. Just the fridge, the neighbor upstairs, the traffic far away. I pulled back the blinds and looked out, across the lot. The Walmart sign was still half lit from overnight, buzzing in the gray morning. A few cars were already there, early shift workers, people grabbing something before work. In one of the outer rows, near the cart corral, A white SUV was parked crooked, backed in like the driver wanted a quick exit. It was nothing. Then, just another car with out-of-state plates. The only reason I noticed it at all was because of the sticker on the back window. A little white camera icon with curly letters underneath that said, "Love stories on the road." I remember thinking it was corny in a harmless way. Wedding photographer. Probably. Engagement sessions at scenic overlooks. Couples leaning against pickup trucks at sunset. All that stuff. I snorted. Told myself that at least somebody was making money off other people's cheesy romance, and went to get ready for work. I forgot about that SUV by the time my shift started. It only came back into my head much later, when I was standing in the dark on that county road, listening to someone's boots crunch on gravel, and realizing they were the same slow, careful steps you would take if you were trying not to fall into a ditch full of your own secrets. 3. The bench, outside the steakhouse. By the time we pulled into the steakhouse lot that night, the snow piles had turned into gray, lumpy sculptures under the sodium lights. Every space close to the entrance was taken. Pickups and SUVs sat nose to nose in two crooked lines, exhaust breath hanging over their tails. The air had that weird mix of cold and grease winter and fryer oil and cigarette smoke from people who did not want to smell like it inside. I found a spot a little way out, near a light pole with a halo of dead bugs frozen to it. Mia hugged her coat tight and stamped her boots in the dirty snow as we crossed the asphalt. My breath hung in front of me, and every time a car door slammed somewhere in the lot, it cracked across the cold like a gunshot. Through the big front windows of the restaurant, everything looked warm and loud. Neon beer signs glowed against wood-paneled walls. A mounted TV over the bar played a country music video with the sound off. Subtitles running under a guy in a cowboy hat, strumming a guitar in a field. The place was full, couples squeezed into booths, big groups at pushed-together tables, servers weaving through the aisles with trays of steaks and baskets of bread. As soon as we stepped through the door, a wave hit us heat from the open kitchen. The smell of grilled meat and butter and spilled beer. The sweet chemical scent of whatever they mopped the floors with. Country music played overhead. The kind that exists mostly to fill silence. Forks clinked against plates. Somewhere someone laughed a little too loud at a joke that was not that funny. The host stand was crowded. A young woman in a branded t-shirt stood behind it with a frazzled smile, juggling menus and a pen, saying 40 minutes and we'll text you on repeat. The little waiting area up front had been overwhelmed. Couples were lined up along the wall, holding coats and phones and each other. "Hi, welcome. Is it just you two?" the host asked when we finally shuffled up. "Yeah, Tyler Haynes." "Party of two," I said, louder than I meant to over the noise. She scribbled it on a paper list clipped to a brown wooden board and slid it onto a little side table beside her. The board was already crowded with names and check marks. The column for phone numbers smudged where wet gloves had brushed it. "About 45 minutes, she said. "We'll text you when we're ready. You can wait inside or in your car. Happy Valentine's Day." She said the last part like she had already said it 500 times that night. Mia and I stepped to the side to make room for the couple behind us. There was a patch of wall between the host stand and the glass door with a narrow bench in front of it. Just big enough for 3 people to sit if they didn't mind touching shoulders. 2 were already on it. I noticed them because they seemed stiller than everyone else. The woman sat on the end closest to the host stand. She wore a red knit coat, the kind with big black buttons, buttoned all the way up to her throat. Her hair was a mass of tight curls. set the way older women set their hair, with a shine that made it look almost like a helmet. Her lipstick was a deep, bright red, but it had bled just a little into the fine lines around her mouth, giving it a blurred edge. Her nails, wrapped around a small leather purse in her lap, were painted the same shade. The polish chipped near the tips as if she had been tapping them against something all day. She was smiling, not at anyone in particular, just sitting there, smiling into the middle distance like the whole scene amused her. Next to her was a man who looked like he had been built out of spare parts from 3 other men. Broad shoulders under a dark leather jacket, hands like shovels resting palm down on his knees. His head was bowed slightly, gray-streaked hair combed back, eyes fixed on the scuffed tile floor. Every once in a while he would lift his gaze, not all the way up, just enough to glance at the door, or the host stand, or the couples coming and going, and then lower it again. Mia leaned nearer to me, close enough that I could smell her shampoo under the steakhouse air. "Full house." "Huh," she said. "Good thing you actually made a reservation." "Miracles happen," I said, and she gave me a small smile that made the whole thing feel worth it for a second. We stood there, shoulders just barely touching, talking about work. She told me about an old man who had yelled at her for 10 minutes that morning because his insurance did not cover a test his doctor had ordered, like it was her fault. I told her about a pallet that had exploded in the aisle when someone took a corner too fast, showering canned soup everywhere. We swapped tiny war stories while couples brushed past, perfume and cologne trailing in their wake, every now and then, without really meaning to. I glanced over at the bench. The woman in red Marla, though I did not know her name yet, was not looking at the floor or at her phone. She was looking at people, not in a casual, people-watching way. Her gaze moved slowly from face to face, couple to couple, like she was taking inventory. Some she passed over quickly, on others. Her eyes lingered a beat longer, head tilting just barely to the side, as if she was picturing them in a different outfit, a different light. When her eyes landed on us, they stayed. It was a strange feeling, being evaluated, not checked out, not flirted with. We were being regarded the way you might look at furniture in a showroom, how it might fit in your house, whether it would clash with the curtains. Her smile widened a fraction, the corners of her mouth tightening, the red of her lipstick stretching too far. I looked away first. I told Mia something about the mini golf place across the lot, about how the last time I'd been there, all the blacklight made my teeth look radioactive. She laughed, a real laugh this time, and nudged me with her elbow. For a moment, the weirdness on the bench was just background noise. After a few minutes of standing there, being jostled every time the door opened and the cold rushed in, Mia touched my arm. 45 minutes is a long time. She said, "You want to just check out the mini golf while we wait? I think I saw a sign for it next to the Walmart." "Yeah," I said. "We can come back when they text, stretch our legs." We started to move toward the door. As I turned, the woman on the bench moved too. She stood up in one quick, fluid motion that didn't match how stiffly she'd been sitting. The man next to her stayed where he was, those big hands still resting on his knees, eyes still mostly down. "Excuse me," she said, and her voice cut through the music and clatter like a glass chime. "I'm sorry. I don't mean to bother you." We both stopped, the polite reaction trained into us. up close. I could see that her coat had tiny pills on the surface, like it had been worn for years, and that the curls in her hair were just a little too perfect, like they might stay that way even if you pushed your hand through them. "I'm Marla," she said, holding out her hand. "This is my husband, Dean. We do couple photos." Her nails brushed my skin as I reached out automatically. Her hand was cold. Not just winter cold from being outside, this was deeper, like her fingers had been wrapped around a glass of ice water for an hour. Her nails were longer than I expected, and when our hands met, I could feel the tips press into the side of my palm, a delicate little pinch. Her perfume hit me a second later, heavy floral layered over something sour and stale. The faded ghost of cigarette smoke baked into fabric. "You two," she went on, looking from my face to Mia's and back again. "You look like trouble." She laughed softly. "In a good way. You've got chemistry." Mia glanced at me, then back at her, giving that polite little half-smile people give strangers in public. "We have a studio about 5 minutes from here," Marla said. "We specialize in vintage Valentine's stories. Real couples, real love. We're doing a special project tonight. Actually, one free session for a random couple that catches our eye." She said it like it was a compliment, like we had won something. "We could drive you there, take a few shots, bring you back. You'll be waiting anyway." "Right?" I felt Dean's existence as much as I saw him. He stood up now too, taller than me, the leather of his jacket creaking. He moved to stand just behind Marla's shoulder, slightly to her left. His face was broad, his jaw rough with gray stubble. His eyes, when he finally looked directly at me, were a washed-out blue-gray, the color of dishwater. They flicked to my face, to Mia's hand on my arm, to the space between us, then dropped again. "Valentine's stories shouldn't be wasted," he said. He said it in a flat, even tone, like it was a fact he'd learned in school once and never questioned. Something in my chest tightened. I tried to cover it with a laugh. That's really nice of you," I said. "We actually already made plans. Though, dinner, mini golf, horror movie, maybe another time." I felt Mia nodding beside me. "Yeah," she added, more warmly than I could manage. "We've kind of got a thing going. But thank you. That's sweet." Marla's smile didn't falter. If anything, it deepened. Crow's feet at the corners of her eyes creased, and the red at the edges of her lips cracked just a little. "Of course," she said, withdrawing her hand. "Of course. Another time, then we'll be around. We like to catch people on nights like this." She seemed to savor the last part, like it was a private joke. We pushed through the glass door into the cold. The sudden drop in temperature slapped the smell of her perfume off of us, replacing it with exhaust and snow and the metallic tang of the night air. I let out a breath I hadn't realized I'd been holding. "That was weird," Mia said under her breath as we headed toward the car. "Small town weird," I said. "Everybody's got a side hustle." I tried to sound light, but my hand still felt the ghost of those long, cold fingers, and the place where her nails had pressed into my skin tingled. As we walked away, I glanced back through the window one last time. The host had stepped aside to seat a new couple, leaving the clipboard on the small side table next to her stand. Marla stood there now, alone, the red of her coat bright against the wood paneling. Her head was bent slightly, curls casting shadows over her forehead. As she looked down at the list, her hand hovered over the names for a second. Then those chipped red nails began to drift down the page, fingertip grazing the ink. I saw her pause on a line about a third of the way down Haynes. Party of two. She tapped it once, lightly. Then she lifted her head and looked straight out through the glass at me. Our eyes met. Her smile bloomed again, slow and satisfied. Then, without breaking eye contact, she slid her finger further down the list and let it rest on another couple's name, as if she was making a second choice, as if she was marking us both. 2.1. Neon carpet and plastic mountains. The mini golf place sat in the same strip as the Walmart, tucked between a shuttered tanning salon and a dollar store that had never bothered to take down its faded grand opening banner. From the outside, it looked like every forgotten family fun center in every small town, dark-tinted windows, a hand-painted sign with a cartoon golf ball wearing sunglasses, and a door with a brass handle that had been grabbed by 1,000 sticky hands. A string of colored bulbs hung along the awning, but only every third one worked, giving the whole front a sick, uneven glow. Mia pulled her coat tighter around herself as we crossed the parking lot, stepping over frozen tire ruts and the slick patches where plow blades had scraped too close to the asphalt. The wind cut around the corner of the building and whipped our breath away. "This is very romantic," she said, smiling sideways at me. "Truly the height of sophistication. You wait till you see the plastic volcano," I said. "It changes everything." She rolled her eyes, but the edge that had been in her voice earlier was gone, for the first time that day. I felt like maybe this whole plan might actually work. There was a little brass bell hanging above the door, the kind you only see in old movies now. When I pulled it open, it clanged bright and sharp and a little too loud for how empty the place sounded behind it. Both of us flinched in the same instant and then laughed, embarrassed, like we'd both reacted to a jump scare in a cheap horror movie. Inside, the air was warm and stale, thick with the smell of rubber, dust, and some sugary cleaner that tried but failed to mask it. The ceiling was low, the walls painted in broad strokes of neon green and purple that glowed under the black lights mounted every few feet. The carpet was one of those crazy patterns, swirls and splashes of electric blue, hot pink, and lime meant to hide stains and wear. Under the UV light, it hummed like static. Plastic mountains and tunnels and fake boulders lined the course, all underlit with strips of purple LED. There was a miniature windmill in one corner, missing one of its vanes, a fake castle in another, its foam turrets dented. Every surface felt a little too smooth or a little too sticky when you looked at it. Beyond the course, pushed up against the far wall, a small arcade area dozed. A couple of battered racing games sat dark, their steering wheels shiny with fingerprints. A pinball machine flickered in attract mode, its lights chasing themselves pointlessly. And in the corner, a claw machine was still going, its cheap speaker endlessly piping a tinny, repeating jingle over and over again. The claw hung limp above a bed of sad-looking plush animals with faded fur, their plastic eyes catching random spots of light and throwing them back in broken reflections. "Welcome," someone said, not moving from behind a low counter near the entrance. The girl there could not have been older than 17. Her hair was pulled into a half-hearted ponytail, and she wore the venue's t-shirt over a long-sleeve shirt with thumb holes. She had a nose ring and the kind of expression that said she had perfected doing this for 8 hours without once letting it show on her face. Just the course, she asked, picking up 2 putters without waiting for us to answer and holding them out. Just the course, I said, handing over some cash. Behind her, a TV balanced on a milk crate was playing something on mute, some sitcom rerun. Laugh track flashing silently along the bottom of the screen. She handed Mia a bright pink ball and me a neon green one, along with a scorecard and the little pencil no one ever really used correctly. "You guys are basically the only ones here," she said, glancing past us at the empty course. "Everybody else is spending too much money at the other restaurant." She jerked her head toward the steakhouse's direction. "Have fun. Try not to trip. The carpet bites." Her attempt at a joke fell flat in the air. The claw machine's jingle looped, starting again just as it reached the end, like a song with no memory. We walked onto the first hole, our shoes making that dull, thick sound on the raised carpet, half padded, half sticky. Under the blacklights, our clothes took on that strange, unreal look. Every speck of lint and dust lighting up like constellations. When Mia smiled, her teeth flashed too white. The first hole was simple, a gentle slope with a little plastic log to bank the ball around. A painted river ran alongside it, blue now faded to gray, with little fish stenciled on it in fluorescent paint. A small pump somewhere under the floor tried to push water through a tiny artificial waterfall in the corner. The stream it fed into was so shallow it did not really move, but the pump made this constant throbbing hum and the soft, wet trickle of water over plastic rocks. "After you," I said, gesturing grandly. Mia set her pink ball down on the starting spot, squared her shoulders like she was about to take a real shot, and then promptly tapped it way too hard. The ball shot forward, smacked into the side of the log, and ricocheted off into the painted river, bumping against the edge. "Shut up," she said preemptively, though I had not said anything yet. Her cheeks glowed faintly under the black lights. "Strong start?" I said, very aggressive. "I respect it." The ball rolled back slowly along the edge of the fake water, ticking softly against the raised border with each bump. I fished it out with the toe of my shoe and nudged it back onto the green. When I bent down, the static hum from the black lights seemed louder in my ears, and my own shadow stretched weird and thin across the cartoon fish. When it was my turn, I did the thing guys always do when they're trying not to be obnoxious, pretended not to know what I was doing, while also desperately trying not to embarrass myself. My shot went around the log like it was supposed to and dropped in the cup with a hollow little clack. "Show off," Mia muttered, but she was smiling. The sound of the ball finding the cup was oddly satisfying. A quiet, definite noise in a room full of vague ones. We moved from hole to hole, navigating around foam rocks and through plywood tunnels painted to look like caves. There was a small plastic bridge over a puddle of real water that had leaked from somewhere. One hole had a mechanical obstacle that was supposed to be a dragon's tail swishing back and forth, but it had frozen halfway through its arc years ago and now just stuck out at an angle. Useless and menacing. Every time we set up a shot, there were sounds, the gentle scrape of putter heads on the carpet when we adjusted our stance, the faint whir of the water pumps, the filtered splash of water falling forever in a loop, the rubbery roll of the golf balls as they picked up lint and hair and bits of God knows what from the surface. Sometimes, when we both reached for the same ball or the same putter at once. The thin metal shafts of the clubs would tap together. That sound, a soft, bright clink, hung oddly clear in the air between the lower mechanical noises. The way a dropped fork stands out in a crowded restaurant. We took turns teasing each other. Mia cursed theatrically when her ball refused to go through a little tunnel and rolled back to her feet. I groaned when mine ran right around the edge of a cup and stayed out, as if obeying some cruel magnetic field. For a while, it was just us and the cheap surrealism of the place, and all the heavy talk that had been hanging between us for weeks was pushed to the edges of the room. From the arcade corner, the claw machine kept looping its song. 4 bars of tinny carnival music, a pause, then the whine of the claw descending on no one, then the music again. No kids clustered around it, no one yelling almost or slapping the side, just that lonely little machine, trying to sell you the idea that you might be the one person luckier than the rest. The longer we were there, the more that jingle began to grate. It dug under the skin like the sound of a dripping faucet in an empty house. I found myself timing my shots between the loops, like I did not want the sound to overlap with the moment the putter connected with the ball. That connection, the dull thud, the small roll felt fragile in some way, like something I wanted to protect. We were on the 3rd hole, a small fake mountain with 2 routes, a safer, looping path around the back, and a risky straight shot up a narrow ramp when Mia leaned on her putter and looked at me. "Okay," she said. "Real talk. What's the over/under on us actually making it through dinner without fighting? Under the black lights." Her eyes looked darker, but her expression was more open than it had been all week. I pretended to think about it, tapping my putter on the carpet, feeling the slight give under my feet. "Depends," I said. "Are you planning on bringing up my tragic lack of a 5-year career plan before or after the bread rolls?" She snorted. The putter slipped a little in her hand and clanked softly against mine. "After," she said. "I'm not a monster." The pump under the waterfall in the corner hummed on. The water whispered over fake stone. The claw machine jingle played its empty, cheerful tune again and again. For a few minutes, with the neon carpet under our feet and the plastic mountains around us, it really did feel like the only thing we had to worry about was each other. 2.2. The bell. Again. We were somewhere around the 3rd or 4th hole when the bell over the door rang again. It was the same bright, metallic clang as when we'd come in, but this time it landed differently. The sound cut straight through the claw machine jingle and the low hum of the pumps, bouncing off the empty course like someone had dropped something sharp into a pool of thick water. I turned toward it without even thinking. Putter still in my hand. In the washed-out glow of the black lights near the entrance, I saw 2 shapes step in from the cold. Coats, shoulders, that quick little shiver people do when they cross the threshold from winter into artificial warmth. A dusting of snow shook loose from their sleeves and melted almost instantly on the rubber mat. Marla and Dean. For a second, everything in my chest pulled tight and down at the same time. You know that feeling you get when you trip on a step you thought was going to be there but isn't? That drop, it was like that. But inside my ribs, Marla slapped at the shoulders of her red coat theatrically, sending tiny droplets of half-melted snow toward the neon carpet. Dean brushed his palms down the front of his jacket once, slow and deliberate. The bell swung on its little chain above them, still ringing lightly, as if the room hadn't adapted to their presence yet. They didn't look surprised to see the place as empty as it was. If anything, they looked pleased. Marla's eyes swept the interior in one smooth motion, taking in the fake mountains, the glow-in-the-dark paint, the deserted arcade. Her gaze passed over the teenage cashier, who barely glanced up from her phone, then slid along the course until it locked onto us. Her face lit up like someone had switched on a sign behind it. "No way," she said, loud enough that her voice floated over the obstacles between us. Our favorite couple again. The words hung there, sticky and sweet. Mia stiffened next to me. I felt her shoulder shift against my arm. I forced my mouth into something that might pass for a polite expression and lifted my hand in a half wave I regretted immediately. They walked toward us, not rushing, just moving with that steady, unhurried pace of people who are absolutely sure of where they're going. The black lights caught the threads in Marla's coat, making tiny fibers glow purple around the seams. Dean's leather jacket, under the UV, looked less like leather and more like something stretched too tightly over something solid. They followed us, was the first clear thought that formed in my head. Not what a coincidence or small town. Right. Just that blunt fact they followed us. "Isn't this funny?" Marla said as they stepped off the main walkway and onto the edge of the first green. The neon carpet lit up around their shoes. "We come in to kill a little time, and here you are. Fate's got a sense of humor." "Doesn't it? I guess so," I said. My voice sounded thinner than I meant for it to. Mia's hand tightened on her putter. She stayed quiet. "We always end up finding the right people," Marla continued, tilting her head as she looked between us. "It's like we're drawn to them. Chemistry. You know, not everybody has it. But you two." She smiled more widely, that lipstick-stained grin stretching too far. "You two glow under the black lights." The whites of our eyes and teeth almost did. It felt like she was admiring things only she could see clearly. Dean stepped a little closer this time, moving so he was next to her instead of behind. Up close. I could see more of him than I had in the restaurant. The lines around his mouth, the way his stubble had been shaved in a hurry. His eyes were that same dull blue-gray, but there was a sharp, measuring flicker in them now, like he was mentally tracing outlines of our shapes. "We should at least know your full names," he said. "If you're going to keep running into us like this." The way he said it made it sound less like a request and more like a formality being observed out of habit. He frowned a little, like he was trying to recall something from memory. Then his mouth twitched. "Haynes versus," he murmured, almost to himself. Then louder. "What was it, Mia Lennox?" "Right." He nodded, as if confirming it. "Sounds like a fight card. Haynes versus Lennox. Has a ring to it." Mia's fingers were digging into the foam grip of her putter now. We had never told them our names. Not at the restaurant. Not here. The only place that information existed tonight was on that paper list by the host stand, where I had said it too loudly in a crowded room. My stomach went cold in a way that had nothing to do with the weather outside. "Yeah," I said slowly. "That's us." I tried to sound like it was nothing, like it was totally normal for a stranger to reel off our full names in a glowing mini golf course after coincidentally showing up at 2 places in a row. Dean smiled, or what passed for a smile on his face. It was more like a suggestion of one. His attention drifted down for a second, and he adjusted the cuff of his sleeve. That was when I noticed it. On the edge of his jacket's cuff, right where the leather met his wrist, there was a dark, stiff-looking streak about the width of a finger. Under the black light, it didn't glow like lint or dust. It sat there, flat and matte, a brown so deep it was almost black. It had dried into the creases, flaked in tiny places like something that had been wet once and set hard. His hands, big and square, were bare. The knuckles looked scraped, the skin gone shiny and tight in spots where it had healed over. In the little half-moons of his nails, I saw something caught dark, crusted lines that weren't the color of oil or dirt, more of that almost black red, packed into the thin spaces where nail met skin. I told myself it could be anything: grease, paint, some kind of stain from whatever job a man like him did. That thought barely got halfway through my mind before another one arrived, heavier, and settled right on top of it. It looks like dried blood. There was a smell, too, faint. The air in the place was already busy with the scent of rubber mats and plastic, and that lingering, sweated-in odor places like this never fully lose. But underneath that, when Dean shifted closer and lifted his hand, something else rode in on the warmth. Not just cigarettes, though I could get that from his jacket. Something sweeter, wrong in a way your brain recognizes before it can name it. Like meat that had been taken out of the freezer and left in a sink too long. The kind of smell you taste in the back of your throat. Marla didn't seem to notice, or if she did, she liked it. "So you decided to do a little warm-up," she said, glancing at the course around us. "Limber up. Make some memories before dinner. That's cute." "Something like that," Mia said. Her voice came out tight. "We were just gonna finish up and head back." Actually, she took a small step toward me and tugged on my sleeve, just enough that I felt it. "Tyler," she said, still facing them, still smiling that polite, strained smile you give weird customers. "I really don't like them. Let's just finish this and get dinner." The words were quiet, for me, but the room was empty enough that they didn't have to travel far. I hoped the constant loop of the claw machine's jingle and the pump noise would cover them. If Marla heard, she acted like she didn't. She folded her hands together, red nails lacing, and rocked on her heels. "Well," she said, "we won't interrupt your game. We just thought it was charming. You know, bumping into you twice." Her eyes sparkled with something that wasn't humor. "We'll be around. We like to see how the stories play out." Then they stepped back, not all the way out of the course, just far enough to give us the illusion of space. They drifted toward the little arcade area, moving slowly along the edge of the greens. Dean's shoulder brushed a foam rock. Marla ran her fingers along the plastic railing like she was checking it for dust. "Let's go," Mia whispered again. "I mean, let's just hurry." "Yeah," I said. "Yeah. Next hole." We tried to pick up where we'd left off. She lined up for her shot on the plastic mountain we'd been tackling, but her hands didn't sit right on the putter. Her shoulders hunched a little too much. The pink ball wobbled off the incline and rolled back to her feet. She swore under her breath, a word I'd heard 100 times, but this time it sounded like it was fighting to get past something lodged in her chest. When I bent down to reset my own shot, I couldn't stop my eyes from flicking to the edges of my vision. Marla and Dean never strayed far. They didn't stand over us or hover right behind. That would have been easier to deal with, in a way, because it would have given me something concrete to push back against. Instead, they drifted. One moment, they were near the pinball machine, its glass reflecting their shapes in warped form. The next, they were by the claw machine. Marla's face washed in sickly yellow, as she watched the claw descend on a prize no one had paid for. They didn't put in any quarters. They just watched the machine play itself. Every time I looked up, they were at the edge of the frame, far enough away that I couldn't accuse them of anything. Close enough that there was no way to pretend they weren't there. Dean eventually found a place he seemed to like next to an old gumball machine near the entrance. It was one of those big, clear globes sitting on a metal stand. The plastic dome full of hard, dusty-looking spheres the size of jawbreakers. The metal chute at the bottom had a rusty streak where thousands of kids' hands had flicked it open. He planted his huge hand flat on the side of the globe. Fingers splayed. The black light caught the ridges of the plastic, turning his palm into a silhouette behind a swarm of neon circles. After a moment, he started tapping, not hard, just his knuckles, very gently, against the acrylic. Tuk, tuk, tuk. The sound carried farther than it should have. It had a dullness to it, an echo that didn't quite pick up on the first bounce. The way your knuckles sound if you tap them on something hollow underneath a thin shell. Tuk, 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 like knocking on a skull. I tried to focus on Mia's ball, on the way it rolled, on the stupid little windmill on the next hole and whether the missing vein would throw the balance off. I tried to answer her when she made small jokes about our scores, about how she was definitely winning in spirit, but that tapping kept pacing our game. Every time I drew my putter back, it seemed to land in the pause between the sounds. Claw jingle, pump hum, ball rolling, tuk, tuk, tuk. We played like that, under the black lights, trying not to look at the two people who had somehow turned this garish, empty funhouse into something else entirely. 2.3. The photo offer and the invisible shutter. By the time we got to the last hole, I was pretending harder than I had all night. The final green was set up like a little grand finale, a fake castle with chipped gray towers and a drawbridge that never moved. Just painted wood arched over the lane. The cup was tucked just beyond the bridge, between two plastic boulders. Someone had tried to paint moss along the bottom, but under the black lights, it just looked like smears of sickly yellow. Mia was lining up her shot, tongue pressed into her cheek, when I felt that prickling awareness along the back of my neck again, that animal sense of someone moving closer behind you. Please, just let this be a normal couple. I thought, someone with kids, someone with high scores on the racing game. Anyone else? The universe did not take requests. Oh, this is a good one. Marla's voice crooned from behind us. The last hole's always my favorite. Mia's ball jerked sideways at the last second and bounced off the fake stone, rolling into a corner where it stuck. She let out a frustrated sigh and turned. Marla stood just off the edge of the green, closer than she had been all evening. Her red coat open now to reveal a faded black blouse with tiny white flowers all over it. The pattern danced under the UV light. Dean loomed at her shoulder, his expression unreadable. "You two made that look fun," Marla said, as if she hadn't spent the last 15 minutes stalking the edges of our game. "You're good together." "Thanks," I said automatically, though I wasn't sure if she meant our mini golf skills or something else. "You know," she went on, tilting her head, "sometimes I like to grab a practice shot before people come in for a real session. Just something casual, to break the ice, for memory. You don't even have to come to the studio." The word practice landed strange in my ears. Practice for what? She was already reaching into her purse, fumbling for something that I expected to be a phone. The purse itself was one of those structured leather ones women used to carry in the 70s. with a stiff handle and brass clasps. It creaked when she opened it. "We can just use mine," she said. "I've got a decent camera on here, I'm told." She pulled out a bulky smartphone with a glittery case. For a moment, that normalcy almost lulled me. Just a weird older lady wanting a picture of a young couple on Valentine's. Cringe, but not crime. Then a thought cut through. Why would a professional photographer do a practice shot on a phone if they had a studio and gear? "Do you have an Instagram?" I asked, trying to sound casual. "Or like a website, I'd love to see your work." The look that flashed across her face was not what I expected. It wasn't annoyance. Exactly. More like amusement, with a thin line of something harder running underneath it. "We're old school," she said, tucking the phone away again as if it had only been a prop. "The good stories don't live on screens. We shoot on film." Her gaze drifted past my shoulder. "We keep physical copies." The way she lingered on that last phrase made my skin want to crawl off my bones. As if on cue, I heard Dean move. There was a soft squeak of leather, a shifting of weight, and then he was lifting something up into the glow of the black lights, a camera that must have been older than me. It was a 35mm film camera, one of those solid, all-metal bodies from the 80s. The brand badge was worn down to a dull blur, but I could make out the general shape Canon, maybe, or Nikon. A thick, frayed black strap hung from it, the kind you'd wrap around your wrist out of habit. The lens was scuffed, a faint crescent scratch catching the ultraviolet light and throwing it back in a ghostly arc. He held it like he'd held it 1,000 times, fingers falling into familiar dents where the paint had worn away. "I do the heavy work," he said. "She does the magic." He lifted the camera to chest height, not quite up to his eye yet. As he did, I heard it a soft, mechanical chuck-chuck from inside the body, like something being wound. The sound didn't come with a finger on the shutter. It was just there, automatic, like the camera itself was getting ready without being asked. "Smile," Marla said. "Just one, right there, in front of the castle. It'll be cute. You can stand closer." "Closer." Her voice went syrupy on the last word, stretching it out. "Closer." Mia shifted her weight, shooting me a glance that said everything clear as if she'd texted it, "I don't want this." I could have gone along with it. Let him click. Let them have their little souvenir. It would have been the path of least resistance. But every instinct in me was screaming that letting these people put us behind glass, even for a moment, was a bad idea. "We're really not big picture people," I blurted. The words came out faster and harsher than I intended. I tried to soften them with a laugh. "Seriously. We're terrible at posing." I nodded at Mia. Grabbing onto the easiest excuse will kill me if I let somebody take a picture, and she doesn't feel done up enough. Mia jumped on the lifeline like she'd been waiting for it. "Yeah," she said quickly. "I look like I've been at work all week, because I have. If I'm gonna be immortalized in a Valentine's story, it's not gonna be in my old scrub jacket." Her attempt at humor landed shaky, but it was something. Marla's smile stayed in place, but something in her eyes cooled. The warmth there thinned, leaving something flatter. "That's okay," she said after a beat. "We're patient. Real Valentine stories take time to develop." She said develop with the kind of fondness most people reserved for the word home. Dean still had the camera in his hands. He hadn't moved it up to his face, but he was close. The lens pointed in our general direction. its glass eye reflecting a warped version of us two glowing outlines on a crazy carpet. "We should, get back," I said, stepping toward the exit. "They'll text us for our table soon." "Of course," Marla said. "Wouldn't want to miss your big night." "Happy Valentine's," Dean added, in that same flat tone. "Drive safe." We walked away, the last few steps of the course abandoned. I could feel them behind us, Marla's eyes like weights between my shoulder blades, Dean's presence like a change in barometric pressure. The bell over the door rang again as we stepped out into the cold. The air outside hit my face like a slap. All steakhouse smells and neon and mini-golf chemical haze knocked out of my lungs in one go. For a second, I just stood there, breathing in the freezing air like it was the first clean thing I'd had in hours. "Tyler, that was... I don't like them," Mia said, hugging herself against the wind. "That didn't feel like a coincidence. Any of that, I know," I said. "We'll eat, and then we'll go home. It's fine." It was not fine, but I needed it to be. And sometimes words are all you have between you and panic. We crunched across the parking lot toward the steakhouse again, our boots breaking through the thin shell of ice on the snow piles, the sound of it brittle and sharp. The sky above was that orange-black that only exists over shopping centers, light pollution trapped in low clouds, hiding the stars. I told myself that everyone has weird nights, that it was just an older couple with no boundaries and a camera and some outdated ideas about romance, that we would never see them again after tonight. Then we rounded the last row of cars, and I saw the SUV. It was parked crooked near the back of the lot, nose angled toward the exit, as if it wanted only the shortest path back to the main road. White paint, not clean, not filthy, just that unloved midwinter gray that cars get when they've been through too many slushy days without a wash. The windows were tinted dark, reflecting the sodium lights in warped oblongs. On the rear window, in the lower corner on the driver's side, was a small white sticker, a little camera icon, drawn in simple lines, with curly script underneath. "Love stories on the road." My brain did that snapshot thing it does sometimes, holding on to two images at once. The memory of that same sticker on a white SUV I'd seen in the Walmart lot weeks earlier, and the reality of it here now, attached to a vehicle that, as far as I could remember, hadn't been in this particular lot when we'd walked into the steakhouse the first time. I stopped walking. Mia took another step before she realized I wasn't beside her anymore, then turned back. What she asked, then she followed my gaze. "Oh." We stood there for a moment, not quite in the beams of any of the overhead lights, just looking, from this angle, with the restaurant glow reflected in the glass. We couldn't see if anyone was inside. The SUV's engine wasn't running. No smoke rose from the tailpipe. It just sat there, squat and waiting. Something caught my eye on the back bumper. At first, I thought it was just melted snow, the way slush can cling to warm metal and drip off in weird patterns. But when I squinted, I saw the color was wrong. There, just beneath the edge of the hatch, where the curve of the bumper met the license plate, a dark, wet-looking streak had formed. It started as a smudge just under the latch, then thinned into a narrow trail down the painted surface, where it had frozen halfway to the ground. Under the sodium lights, it looked almost black, but there was a thickness to it, a way it had clung and then drooled. That didn't match water. It looked like something dense had seeped out from the back of the SUV somewhere inside, behind that hatch, and run down over cold metal before the temperature locked it in place. If you've ever watched juices run out of a pack of thawing meat in a plastic grocery bag, slowly sliding toward the bottom seam. You know the movement I mean. My mind tried very hard to label it as oil, transmission fluid, road gunk, anything but what it wanted to call it. "Tyler," Mia said quietly, her fingers finding my sleeve. "Let's go inside, please." I tore my eyes away from the streak and forced myself to move. The warmth and noise of the restaurant washed over us again as we opened the door, the bell above it chiming like nothing in the world had changed. But as we stepped back into the crowd, into the smell of cooked meat and spilled beer and other people's lives, I couldn't stop thinking about the SUV sitting out there angled toward the road, and how, for some reason I couldn't explain, it felt less like a car and more like a camera pointed at the exit, waiting for the right moment to click. 3.1. Steak. Laughter. And the edge of a face by the time they finally called my name. My fingers had little half-moons pressed into Mia's coat sleeve from where I'd been clenching and unclenching my hand without noticing. "Tyler." "Party of two," the host called, smiling the automatic smile that came with the apron. "That's us," I said. And for a second, I pretended that was all I meant. She led us through the maze of booths and tables, weaving between chairs and people shrugging off jackets. The noise wrapped around us, clinking silverware, overlapping conversations, a burst of laughter from somewhere near the bar, the low hiss from the kitchen doors every time they swung open. The air was thick with the smell of grilled steak and butter, yeast from the rolls, a faint undertone of spilled beer and whatever they used to clean the floors. Our table was a two-top near a window, which I would have loved on any other night. One side looked toward the bar and the swinging door into the kitchen. The other looked out past a row of red neon beer logos and into the parking lot. From my seat, I could see both the servers moving like a school of fish around the bar, and, through reflections and glare, the smear of asphalt and snow outside. "Not bad," Mia said as we sat. "Romantic. Even. Nothing says romance like fluorescent lighting and taxidermy," I said, nodding toward the mounted deer head over the bar, its glass eyes staring eternally at the draft taps. She snorted, and that sound alone made some of the tightness in my chest loosen. A server appeared almost immediately with a basket of warm rolls and a small plastic ramekin of whipped butter. He rattled off his name and the specials in the fast, sing-song rhythm of someone who had repeated the same lines 100 times already that night. When he left, we fell on the bread like we hadn't eaten in days. For a few minutes, things were almost normal. We tore rolls in half, steam puffing up into the air, butter melting into the crumbs. Mia talked about the last patient of her day, a woman who had come in convinced she was dying and left with nothing but a referral and a bill. I told her about a forklift at the warehouse that had started making a noise like a dying animal every time you turned it left. We complained about gas prices, about the weather, about how the town never cleaned the side streets properly. It was small talk, but it was ours. Each sentence weaved another thread back into something that had been unraveling for weeks. "Have you thought any more about moving?" Mia asked at one point, almost casually, as she buttered a roll. I tore my own piece in half, watching crumbs fall onto the red and white paper liner. "Yeah," I lied. "Kinda. I've looked at a few listings." She gave me a look that said she knew exactly how much I'd really done. but she let it go. "Maybe we could find some place that isn't attached to Walmart by an umbilical cord," she said. "Somewhere with trees that aren't all in the same parking lot." "Hey, don't insult our majestic cart corrals," I said, nodding solemnly. "They're practically monuments." She rolled her eyes, but she smiled. That had been the goal, and I took the win. A couple at the table behind Mia clinked their wine glasses together, murmuring something that I caught pieces of to us. 3 years, finally, behind them, near the bar. A guy laughed too loudly at a story, slapping his hand on the table so hard the salt shaker tipped. The sounds overlapped and blurred into the ambient hum of a busy restaurant. Forks tapping plates, ice shifting in glasses whenever someone took a sip and set it down a little too hard. The kitchen door swinging open and closed with a little woof each time, letting out a burst of louder sizzling and shouted orders before cutting it off again. Our salads came cold plates, limp lettuce, a cherry tomato that rolled toward the edge like it wanted to make a break for it. Then the steaks, bleeding onto their plates in little reddish pools, baked potatoes split open and stuffed with toppings, steam rising in ghostly little tendrils. I tried to focus on the food, on cutting the meat into neat slices, on not getting steak sauce on my only decent shirt. But my eyes kept drifting past Mia's shoulder, to the glass, from where I sat. The window grabbed the interior of the restaurant and layered it over the night outside. Neon signs floated ghost-like over the dark shapes of parked cars. The reflection of the bar stools hung upside down over the snow piles. If I looked just right, I could see the parking lot as a smear of shadow and light behind the ghost of my own face. Every so often, a pair of headlights would sweep through as someone pulled in or backed out. The beams would dart across the lot, catching a car's chrome, glinting off icy patches. Once, as I watched, a set of headlights swung in at an angle that felt horribly familiar, too high, too square. With that distinctive glare of an SUV, the beams flared up in the glass, washed over our reflection, then cut away as the vehicle turned. I caught a glimpse of a white shape settling into a space a little farther out, near the fringe of light cast by the lampposts. My brain whispered, "Don't check. Don't look for the sticker." I blinked, forced my eyes back inside. "Are you okay?" Mia asked, fork halfway to her mouth. "Yeah," I said. "Just spaced out. Long shift." "You keep looking outside," she said. Not accusing, just observing. "Do you see them?" I hesitated. "I don't know, Mom," I said. "Maybe. There's a white SUV. Could be anyone." She chewed slowly, swallowed, and then set her fork down. "I keep feeling like someone's watching us," she admitted, voice low. "Not in here, exactly. Like, from the side. You know that feeling?" She made a gesture near her temple, indicating the periphery of her vision. I followed her gaze toward the interior of the restaurant. There was a narrow hallway leading back to the bathrooms, partly hidden by a section of wood-paneled wall and a framed picture of a cowboy, pouring beer for a horse or something equally stupid. From our table, we could see the end of the hall, where it opened into the main dining area again. For a moment, as my eyes adjusted, I saw nothing out of place, just the shadowed mouth of the hallway, a bit of tile beyond, a restroom sign. Then, as someone came out of the men's room and pushed the door open, the movement shifted the lighting. A sliver of illuminated wall appeared, And in that sliver, I saw what my brain decided, instantly and absolutely, was half of a face, not the whole thing, just the edge of a cheek, the curve of a mouth painted too red, a hint of powdery, pale skin, the suggestion of a curl of hair, dark against the lighter paneling. It was there for less than a second. I blinked. The door swung all the way open, then shut again with a dull thud. The slice of light changed, and the space where that half-face had been was just wall again. "Did you see that?" I asked before I could stop myself. "See what Mia said?" Instantly tense. "Nothing," I said, too quickly. "Probably nothing. Just someone coming out." I took a drink of soda to wash down the lie. The ice cubes shifted in the glass, clacking against each other and against the sides in a thin, sharp way that made me think, idiotically, of bones touching. The restaurant noise pressed in tighter. Plates clinked and scraped. Knives squealed across ceramic. Somewhere nearby, a kid dropped a fork and it hit the floor with a startling, bell-like ring before skittering under another table. The dishwashing machine in the back rumbled inside, pushing out waves of white noise every time a busser swung through the kitchen doors with a tub of dirty plates. Over all of it, the soft twang of country music filled in any gaps. Guitars and heartbreak lyrics trying to drown out the mess of real conversations. As I sat there, I realized I was starting to pick certain sounds out of the swarm, like my ears were tuning themselves to a different frequency. Between the louder clatter and chatter, there were little noises, tiny clicks and ticks, a light, metallic scrape, followed by a more muffled internal sound, like two pieces of metal sliding past each other inside a box. It was absurd, but what it reminded me of was a camera being readied, the advanced lever of a film camera being pulled, the film winding with that soft ratcheting sound, then the faint mechanical kiss of the shutter resetting. I tried to tell myself it was silverware, glasses, the random mechanical noises of a busy kitchen. But once my brain had slapped the word camera onto it, that was all I could hear. Click, clatter, ice, laughter, that faint, almost swallowed chaque buried under everything else. Mia reached across the table and put her hand over mine. Her palm was warm, smooth, grounding. "Hey," she said, "be here with me. Okay, just for tonight. No warehouse. No. Whatever you're seeing when you keep zoning out at that window. Just us." I looked at her, really looked at her, trying to memorize the details the way people never do when things are actually okay. The faint smudge of eyeliner at the corner of her eye from rubbing it. The way her hair had escaped its clip and curled a little at the ends from the humidity in the restaurant. The tiny crease between her brows that hadn't been there a year ago. "I'm here," I said. "I swear, I'm here." And in that moment, I wanted it to be true more than anything else. But behind her, reflected in the dark glass of the window, I thought I saw movement, something pale and red and wrong lingering just beyond the reach of the neon beer signs. And somewhere, tucked inside the noise of plates and songs and voices, there was that quiet, patient sound, like someone getting a shot ready. A camera, somewhere, was waiting for us to hold still. 3.2. The first test turn. By the time we'd made it through the last forkful of steak, and the server had done the whole routine save room for dessert, "Can I get you guys anything else?" Mia's shoulders had dropped a little. The color had come back to her face. For a while. It had felt like we were just another couple on Valentine's Day, too full and a little sleepy, talking about nothing and everything. When we stepped back out into the night, the cold climbed straight through my clothes and into my bones. The restaurant door swung shut behind us, cutting off the warmth and noise like a lid closing on a box. The world outside was suddenly wide and quiet again. The parking lot had thinned out. Some of the cars that had been jockeying for spots when we arrived were gone now, leaving behind darker patches on the asphalt where their engines had kept snow from forming. What was left was scattered rows with gaps in them, like missing teeth. Exhaust rose from a few remaining vehicles in loose, wavering columns of white that drifted and broke apart under the sodium lights. Mia bumped her shoulder against mine, huffing a little cloud of steam into the air. "If they show up here again," she said, half laughing, "I'm calling my mom, and I'm letting her talk to them." "Cruel and unusual punishment," I said, fishing my keys from my pocket. "I don't think that's legal under the Geneva Convention." She rolled her eyes and hugged her coat tighter, but the joke landed. For a second, it was almost funny. The weird older couple with boundary issues, something to mock later. When we were home and this was just a story. Then my eyes found the white SUV. It was still there. Not in the exact same spot I thought I'd seen it earlier, but close enough. Parked farther out now, under one of the tall lights near the overall edge of the lot. The engine was off. No vapor puffed from the tailpipe. The windows were rectangles of flat black, reflecting the orange glare from above and distant patches of neon from the steakhouse signs. Even from here, I could see the little white camera sticker on the rear window, an innocent little logo in a field of dark glass. My brain started doing that thing where it tries to talk over itself. Lots of people drive white SUVs. Lots of photographers exist. Stickers are cheap. It doesn't mean anything. They could just be eating. They could have friends inside. They could be napping. They could be anywhere but in your story. "Tyler," Mia said quietly, seeing where I was looking. "Could be nothing." "Yeah," I said. "Could be." We walked to my car. The frost that had gathered on the windshield while we ate had already started to bead and slide in places where the engine heat from the drive over was still fading. I unlocked it, and the headlights flashed in response, briefly painting the SUV in harsh white for a heartbeat. The sticker stared back at me. We got in. The cabin filled with that stale, old car smell upholstery. Dust, the ghost of fast food. I started the engine. The heater roared to life, blowing cold air that only pretended it would be warm later. The dashboard glowed a soft green. I checked my mirrors out of habit. The SUV just sat there in the rear view, patient, a lump of white and shadow. "Okay," I said. "We're gonna test this." Test what Mia asked, buckling her seatbelt. Whether I'm being paranoid, or whether those freaks decided to make us their project. I backed out of the space and turned toward the main drive that circled the front of the Strip Steakhouse. Then mini golf. Then Walmart sprawled beyond. As we approached the exit, the road forked left toward the way we'd come, the path back to the duplex, right toward a different stretch that looped around to a CVS and a gas station. My place was to the left. I flicked the blinker to the right. "I thought you wanted to go home," Mia said. "I do," I said. "But first I want to stop at CVS. I need, antacids." That steak was trying to kill me. She watched me for a second, then nodded. "Okay," she said. "Sure." In the rearview mirror, I saw the SUV's headlights blink on. They didn't gun it. They didn't screech or lurch. They just rolled smoothly out of their spot, as if they'd been intending to leave anyway, and glided toward the exit behind us. "Red flag number 1, my brain said, calmly, almost conversationally. We pulled out onto the main road. The lights from the plaza fell away behind us, replaced by darker stretches between street lamps. Traffic was light, just a few cars heading home from their own dinners, taillights retreating in front of us. At the first intersection, the left lane led back toward the highway and the turn that would eventually take us to my neighborhood. The right lane continued on toward CVS, which sat on the corner a couple of blocks down. I slid into the right lane. In the mirror, I watched the SUV stay in the left until the last possible second, then drift over, indicator ticking only once before it slipped in behind us. Mia saw it too. I didn't have to ask. We drove in silence for a minute. The radio was off. All I could hear was the engine, the thrum of the tires, and the little bits of gravel pinging under the chassis. CVS appeared ahead, bright white box, windows blazing, the red logo glaring into the dark. I turned into the parking lot, the tires crunching softly over leftover salt on the blacktop. The SUV went straight for a breathless moment, then made a sudden, awkward swing into the same entrance, cutting across a lane that had already started merging. "You saw that?" I said. "Yep," Mia said. Her voice had gone small. No more jokes about calling her mom. I pulled into a space near the front, facing the big glass windows. Fluorescent light poured out onto the pavement, making the asphalt look slicker than it was. The automatic doors hissed open and shut as a woman in scrubs came out with a plastic bag, head bent over her phone. The SUV rolled past us, slow, for a heartbeat. Their headlights washed across our windshield, turning the interior of my car into a pale, flat rectangle. Then the vehicle slid into a spot a few spaces away, at an angle that let it face both us and the store. No one got out. "Okay," I said, forcing air into my lungs. "Here's what we're going to do. We're going to go inside, act normal. I'll buy something. We'll take our time. If they're still there when we come out, we'll figure it out then." "Figure it out," Mia repeated, not sounding convinced. She unbuckled, fingers fumbling on the latch, and we got out. The cold hit again, smelling faintly of gasoline and melted snow and the metallic tang that clings to parking lots. As we walked toward the entrance, I stole one glance toward the SUV. The windows were so dark that even with all that light spilling from the store, I couldn't see inside. The vehicle just sat there, engine off, presence heavy. The CVS doors parted as we approached, washing us in bright, sterile light and that sharp scent of disinfectant and cheap perfume. Inside, the world shrank down to rows of shelves and end caps advertising holiday candy and discounted shampoo. The floor tiles squeaked faintly under our shoes, still damp from the snow outside. If a horror movie started in a pharmacy, I'd turn it off, Mia muttered, trying to sound normal. It would feel too sad. A scanner at the register beeped in regular intervals, the cashier's bored "Hi, how are you?"s punctuating it, somewhere in the back. The refrigerated cases hummed a low, steady vibration under everything else. We wandered the aisles longer than we needed to. I picked up a bottle of antacids to make my lie true, even though my stomach had moved beyond burning into a tight, cold knot. Mia drifted past greeting cards, pausing for a second at the Valentine's section. All the reds and pinks looked garish under the unforgiving lights. Glitter hearts, stuffed bears, cards with puns about being the one and picture-perfect love. She touched one card with the tip of a finger and then pulled her hand back like it might burn. From certain angles, we could see out through the front windows. Between shelves of shampoo and painkillers, the glass showed us little slices of the lot. The SUV was still there, a white block, untouched. Nobody went in. Mia said, "How do you know?" I asked. "Because I've been watching the door like a freak," she said. "And because I can feel it when those people are in the same room as me." We killed a few more minutes debating candy we weren't going to buy. It felt absurd, talking about whether we preferred peanut butter cups or caramel squares, while my mind was chewing on the fact that two strangers had followed us from a steakhouse to a deserted mini golf course, and now to a pharmacy. Finally, there was no more delaying it. I paid for the antacids. The cashier dropped them into a thin plastic bag, and the automatic doors opened for us again with a hiss. The cold was sharper now, or maybe that was just the contrast with the overheated store. The air felt thinner, like there was less of it to go around. We stepped out onto the sidewalk and looked. The SUV was exactly where we had left it. No doors hanging open, no figures standing nearby. The streetlights gleamed on the roof. Running in a line toward the rear window where the love stories on the road sticker sat like a joke someone had told in a language I didn't speak. "Maybe they're in there," Mia said. "Maybe they went in back." Or she stopped. We both knew she didn't believe it. "Okay," I said. "Second test." "Oh, good," she said weakly. "I love tests. This time." When we got into the car, I didn't turn back toward the main road that led to the duplex. Instead, I took the side exit out of the CVS lot and drifted into the residential streets behind the plaza. It was one of those neighborhoods that sprang up when people still believed the town was going to grow forever small single-family homes with tiny yards, all built in the same 3 variations. At night, it was a patchwork of porch lights and dark windows, with a few TVS flickering blue behind curtains. Christmas decorations that nobody had bothered to fully take down, yet drooped in some yards. Red lights blinking lazily on skeletons of metal reindeer. I started taking turns that made no sense. Left, then left again, looping us around the same block. Right at a stop sign that had no road name. Then another right. Then another. I signaled sometimes, sometimes not. I deliberately skipped the most straightforward turn that would have led us back to the main road, choosing instead to snake through side streets lined with bare, clawed-out trees and parked cars. Every time I took a corner, I checked the rear view. Every time. Those headlights appeared a second later. Not so close they were tailgating us. Not so far they could pretend it was purely coincidence. Just there, keeping pace. Gliding through this dumb little maze like they'd driven it 100 times. "They're still there," Mia whispered, as if speaking too loudly might make them hit the gas. "I know," I said. My hands were damp on the steering wheel. I wiped one on my jeans at a red light, then gripped the wheel again so hard my knuckles ached. Block after block, the pattern repeated. We'd turn, they'd turn. At one point, I did a full circle, 4 right turns in a row around the same square. passing the same dented mailbox and the same busted street lamp. The SUV came around that last corner with us, calm as anything. The neighborhood was quiet enough that our engines were the loudest sounds around. The tires made that soft whisper on the pavement, a different texture than the main road. Somewhere, a dog barked once and then shut up. A porch light flicked on, triggered by motion we couldn't see. In the mirror, the SUV's headlights were twin white coins, unblinking. Not too close, not too far, just right. Three. The wrong exit and the missing lug nuts. I could have stayed on the highway. That is the part that keeps looping in my head when I pretend there was nothing I could have done differently. I could have stayed under the orange glow of the streetlights, with other cars around us, with gas stations and fast food signs and people. Instead, when the sign for County Road 17 came up and the green arrow pointed toward local routes, my hand moved almost on its own. Shortcut, I said, flicking on my blinker. It'll shave. Like 10 minutes. We'll be home faster. Tyler, Mia said, staring out the passenger window at the dark line of trees beyond the guardrail. I don't know if I want to take some creepy back road with them behind us. We'll be fine, I said, because that is what you say when you know someone is scared and you do not have anything real to offer them. It's 10 minutes. They can't follow us forever. The exit ramp curved away from the safer, brighter world. The highway noise faded as we dropped down, the whoosh of cars above us turning into a distant rush. The ramp fed into a narrow two-lane road that headed straight out into the dark. As soon as we left the last commercial light behind, the night thickened. Out here, there were no shopping centers, no chain restaurants, just fields and tree lines and the occasional farmhouse set way back from the road. Its porch light a tiny, lonely star in a sea of black. The only illumination came from my headlights and the faint glow of the dash. The beams cut a cone through the dark, catching the reflective stripes on the shoulder and the trunks of the nearest trees. Everything beyond that was just suggestion, shapes of branches, the hint of fences, white smears of snow along the ditches. The asphalt had that dull, matte look roads get in deep winter. The salt dusted across it glittered like ground glass under our lights. The tires made a different sound here than they had on the city streets, more of a low hiss, the rubber whispering over the cold, rough surface. Every bump and patch in the pavement transmitted up through the steering wheel in small, twitching vibrations. Wind pushed at the car from the side, not hard, but enough to make it feel like something was breathing against us. The bare branches of the trees along the road swayed and scraped together, and the sound drifted down to us in fragments, a dry, shifting murmur that almost could have been voices if you listened wrong. Mia shifted in her seat, pulling the seatbelt tighter across her chest. "If they're just photographers," she said, not taking her eyes off the mirror on her door. "Why are they following us out here? I didn't know." I did know that in the rearview mirror, the world was narrowed down to 2 white points of light. The SUV's headlights hung there, steady. Sometimes they fell back a little on a straightaway. Sometimes they crept closer when the road curved, but they never disappeared. "They're not going to do anything with other cars around," I said. "If they're really following us, they're just trying to freak us out." "Mission accomplished," she muttered. Somewhere between the second and third bend in the road, a memory slid into my head like a knife being pressed between ribs, slow and deliberate. When we had come out of the steakhouse, before we'd gone back to the car the first time, I'd looked over and seen Dean away from Marla for the first time. She had been near the door, talking to the host about something, laughing that too big laugh. Dean had been out in the lot, standing near the line of cars. For a second, I'd thought he was walking past our row. Then he'd stopped not far from my front bumper and bent down, one knee touching the wet asphalt, his head dropping out of sight. I'd assumed he'd dropped something, a key fob, some coins, that he was tying his shoe. People do that. People move around other people's cars in parking lots all the time. By the time I'd blinked, he'd straightened and moved on, his hands in his jacket pockets, his footsteps slow and casual. The whole thing had taken maybe 5 seconds. Now, with the county roads sliding under our tires and their headlights pacing us, that 5 seconds expanded in my head until it filled every second since. What if he wasn't tying his shoe? My brain whispered. What if he didn't drop anything? What if he was giving you a going-away present? My grip on the steering wheel tightened. The leather felt slick under my palms. My heart had climbed somewhere up into my throat. Each beat a tight, dry thud ahead. The road stretched out like a strip of film, running through the projector of my headlights. The dashed center line came and went in regular intervals, hypnotic. The edges of the beam picked out the guardrails where the fields fell away into ditches. The broken stalks of last year's crops sticking up through the snow like dead fingers. The SUV stayed where it was, a constant in the mirror. "Turn around," Mia said suddenly. "Please, just turn around. Go back to the highway. I don't care if it takes longer." I glanced in the mirror. There was no safe shoulder, no easy place to pull a U-turn without slowing way down and giving whoever was behind us all the time in the world to close the gap. "I can't turn around here," I said. "No space. We're already halfway." "Tyler will be home in 10, I said. 9. The car rolled on. I tried to listen past the rush of wind and engine for anything unusual. Every little bump made my nerves boil. When we hit a shallow pothole and the suspension thunked, I flinched harder than Mia did. The sound of the tires over the road changed sometimes, a little higher, a little lower, depending on the texture under them. I started to imagine I could hear something else in there, something metallic, a faint rattle with no rhythm. The trees along the road grew closer together, branches knitting overhead in places where the canopy had once been full. The darkness seemed thicker between them. Here and there, the shapes of old fence posts leaned toward the road, some broken, some still holding onto strips of wire. For a brief moment, the SUV's lights dipped out of sight in the rear view as we crested a small rise. My heart leapt like a sucker at hope. Then, as we came down the other side, the beams came back, smooth as anything. "Tyler," Mia whispered. "What if they're trying to make us stop out here?" "We're not stopping," I said. "We're not." The sound came like a gunshot under our feet. A loud, wet pop from the front left, followed by a heavy, sickening wobble as the car lurched to one side. The steering wheel jerked right in my hand so hard it nearly spun free. The whole frame shuddered. Mia screamed, grabbing for the dashboard. The left side of the car dropped. The sound of rubber on asphalt changed instantly into something wrong. A grinding, tearing shriek, high and ugly. Metal scraping against something that did not want to give. I hauled the wheel back toward center, fighting the skid. The ABS kicked in, the brake pedal pulsing under my foot like a heartbeat gone wild. The car's back end fishtailed, the rear swinging out toward the opposite lane for a terrifying second before the tires caught again. Somewhere behind us, a horn blared short and sharp. The SUV's headlights flared brighter in the mirror as it braked. "Hold on," I shouted, as if she had any other option. The world narrowed down to the yellow of the lines, the blinding tunnel of my high beams, the scream of tortured rubber and metal, the smell of hot, burning rubber flooded the cabin, thick and acrid, riding on a wave of cold air from the vents. I wrestled the wheel, coaxing the car toward the right side of the road in little jerky corrections, trying not to overdo it and send us spinning into the ditch. Every tiny movement sent a new cascade of sounds from the ruined front tire thumps. Scrapes, the groan of the rim chewing into the pavement. Finally, grudgingly, the car came to a shuddering, sideways stop, half on the gravel shoulder, half still on the asphalt. The engine idled roughly for a second, then steadied. My hands stayed locked on the wheel even after we weren't moving. Silence punched in all at once. The kind that isn't true silence at all. Just the sudden absence of the screams you'd been listening to. Mia was breathing hard, sharp little gasps. "Oh my God," she said. "Oh my God. Oh my God. You okay?" I managed. I think so," she said. Yeah, my heart disagreed, but the rest of me seemed in one piece. Headlights washed over us as the SUV rolled to a stop some distance behind, its beams illuminating the interior of my car in stark, overexposed white. In the rear view, all I could see were those lights and the vague outline of its front grille. "I'm gonna check the tire," I said, more to myself than to her. "Don't," she said immediately, grabbing my sleeve. "Tyler, don't get out. I have to see what happened." I said, "If we can move it at all. Or if we need to call somebody." "Call somebody from in here," she said. "Lock the doors." I hesitated, outside. The night pressed up against the windows. "Curious. I'll be quick," I said. "Lock the doors behind me. If you see them get out, lay on the horn." She stared at me for a heartbeat, then nodded, jaw clenched so tight I could see the muscles jumping. I killed the engine, pocketed the keys, and opened my door. The cold hit like a bucket of water, shocking after the overheated interior. Gravel crunched under my boots as I stepped out. I could hear the ticking of hot metal cooling, the faint rattle of something loose settling in. The SUV's headlights were still on me, throwing my shadow long across the road. The actual vehicle sat maybe 30 yards back, angled slightly, like it had pulled over at a cautious distance. I couldn't see if anyone was in the front seats. The glare and the dark made them faceless. I forced myself to turn away from it and crouched by the front left wheel of my car. The tire was shredded, not just flat destroyed. The sidewall had blown out in jagged flaps, exposing strings and steel belts that poked out like the frayed ends of muscle and vein in a wound. The rim had a fresh scrape along its outer edge, bright silver where the paint had been ground away. I swept the beam of my phone's flashlight along the road surface just ahead of the car. A couple of feet up, straddling the center of the lane, lay the answer, a narrow strip of metal, maybe 3 feet long, studded with a neat row of sharp, upright points. Homemade, but not sloppy. Someone had taken the time to drive nails or screws through the strip from below and then bend them into a slight forward angle, so that anything rolling over them from our direction would get a tooth right in the rubber. My stomach dropped. That wasn't lost junk from a work truck. That was a trap. I straightened up, heart pounding harder. As I did, something about the way the car sat caught my eye. It looked wrong, tilted in a way that wasn't just from the blown tire. Frowning. I crouched again, this time by the front right wheel. The tire there was intact, but as I reached out and brushed my fingers along the lug nuts, one of them turned under my touch. Not much, but enough. I froze. The lug nuts should have been tight. These weren't. Two of them were finger loose. A third spun with almost no resistance. Only the last couple still felt fully seated. I checked the rear wheel on the driver's side. Same story, not as bad, but looser than they had any right to be. Enough that, given a few more miles, the wheel would have started to wobble on its hub. The strip of nails in the road had guaranteed we'd have an accident exactly where someone wanted us to. The loosened lug nuts were a second fuse insurance. Even if we'd somehow missed the trap, the wheels would have failed sooner or later. They hadn't just decided to follow us tonight. They had put their hands on my car hours ago and started unscrewing my ability to leave. 4.1. Pop, metal, and footsteps on gravel. When the tire blew, it felt like the road reached up and punched the car. 1 second we were gliding along that narrow strip of black, the trees sliding past like a tunnel of bare arms. The next, there was a deafening pop under my feet, like a shotgun going off inside the engine bay, and the whole front end dropped toward the left. My stomach slammed up into my throat. The steering wheel yanked out of my hands so hard my wrists jolted. The seatbelt locked across my chest and hips, biting into my shoulder. Mia's body jerked forward, her shoulder clipping the edge of the dashboard before the belt snapped her back. Her scream cut across the noise short, high, animal. The car fishtailed. The world outside the windshield turned into a smear trees, then black, then the dull gray of the opposite lane, then black again. The ABS hammered under my foot, the pedal pulsing like a heartbeat trying to knock its way out of my leg. The back end swung out, then caught, then swung again. Loose things rattled and flew in the cabin water bottle, phone cord, the crumpled fast food bag from earlier in the day turning into little projectiles in the dark. Tyler, Mia gasped, as if I could do anything but hang on. I wrestled the wheel, fighting the instinct to overcorrect. The ruined tire was screaming, a hideous grinding shriek, rubber and metal and road all trying to occupy the same space at once. The smell hit a second later, thick and hot burning rubber, scorched asphalt, that acrid stench of something being destroyed faster than it was meant to. When we finally lurched to a stop, the car sat at a crooked angle, half on the broken edge of the pavement, half in a rattling strip of gravel that bordered the ditch. The engine idled rough for a few seconds, then settled into a shaky purr, like it was as shocked as we were. For a moment, I just sat there, fingers cramping around the wheel, staring at the way the headlights caught the empty road ahead. The beams sliced into the dark, pinning nothing but the white stripe on the shoulder and the ghostly silhouettes of weeds poking up through the snow. Hazard lights, I thought, stupidly, like a reflex. I hit the button. The click-click of the relay joined the soundscape, and the orange flash of the blinkers bounced off the trees and the thin crust of dirty snow at the edge of the ditch. Stuttering bursts of color in the night. "You okay?" I managed, voice coming out hoarse. "I think so," Mia said. Her hand was on her chest, fingers digging into her jacket, breathing fast. My shoulder's gonna bruise. But, yeah, are we? Did we hit something blowout? I said. Stay in the car. I shut the engine off, pocketed the keys, and forced my fingers to let go of the wheel. They'd gone numb without my noticing. The second I cracked the door, the cold slapped me. All the warmth of the car dumped out and was instantly eaten by the air. My breath came out in a white cloud that hung for a moment and then tore apart in the wind, under my boots. The shoulder gravel was brittle with frozen moisture. Every step crunched. The sound too loud in the wide, empty quiet of the county road. The hiss of the hazard lights turning on and off added a weird, mechanical heartbeat to it all. I went to the front left wheel, and everything I've already described was waiting there for me. The torn rubber, the jagged mouth of the sidewall, the homemade strip of nails lying in the lane like a bad joke. When Mia leaned out her window with her phone on flashlight mode, the beam caught the metal strip and made each nail head flash, tiny bright points of reflected light in a line. They looked like teeth. Tyler, she called, voice shaking. What is that? Stay in the car, I repeated, not answering. The ditch on our right dropped off deeper than I liked. The beam from her phone swept over it as she tried to see what I was doing. It lit up a churned-up mess of dead brush and old snow. The surface uneven, like the ground had caved in and been filled back up with whatever the plow felt like throwing there. The bushes were a tangled mess of branches, coated in a film of grime from the road. Farther down, where the light didn't reach, the ditch just became a black mouth. Beyond that, the trees began thin trunks, bare branches scratching at the dark. The wind moved through them in slow gusts, making the limbs creak and hiss together. It sounded too much like whispers coming from somewhere you couldn't see. I checked the lug nuts on the other wheels and felt that awful slippage under my fingers. That looseness that meant this had not been some random blowout. The realization sat heavy in my chest, cold and hard. I was straightening up, heart pounding loud enough that I could hear it in my ears. When the sound hit me, at first it was just a change in the quality of the light. The road behind me grew brighter, my own shadow stretching longer across the pavement as something powerful shone down the lane. Then, layered over the click of my hazards and the wind in the branches, came the low, unmistakable rumble of an engine rolling very slowly over asphalt, tires crushing grit and bits of ice. I turned toward it. The white SUV was coming up behind us, its headlights washing over the back of my car, over me, over the glinting strip of nails still lying in the road like bait. The light was so bright it made my eyes water. For a second, all I could see were two blazing discs coming closer, obliterating the details behind them. It slowed. The beam dipped as it crept onto the edge of the gravel, nose angling toward the shoulder. The sound of its tires changed from smooth hum to a sharper, crunchier grind as they rolled over stones and salt and whatever else had accumulated there. Gravel popped and snapped under the weight, little bits shooting out from under the treads. The SUV pulled up behind my car and stopped at what might have been a respectful distance on a normal night. Its headlights stayed on, flooding the road and the ditch with harsh, white-blue glare. In that light, the breath coming from my mouth and nose looked thin and insubstantial, like smoke dissipating too quickly. The engine idled for a few seconds, deep, steady, a predator's breathing. Then it cut off with a shudder that ran through the vehicle's frame and into the ground under my feet. For a moment after the engine died, there was a strange, strained silence. Hazard lights clicking, wind pushing dry branches against each other. Somewhere in the trees, a loose piece of metal hanging from a fence clinked dully as it swayed. Then I heard the doors. Clack. The driver's side door opened, the sound of the latch popping loud as a gunshot in the cold air. Hinges creaked a high, tired squeal. Boots hit the ground, a heavy double thump. Gravel complained under the impact, stones grinding and shifting. The passenger door followed. Another pop, a softer squeak, then the lighter. Quicker footfalls of someone smaller sliding down from a high seat. 2 sets of steps, one slower and weightier, one almost eager. "You kids okay?" a voice called. Syrup poured over glass splinters. That sounded bad. "Let us help. We know these roads." Marla, her tone was bright, concerned, the way people talk to toddlers who've fallen off a bike. Underneath it, there was something else. Amusement. Anticipation. I couldn't parse it, but every hair on the back of my neck stood up in the wash of their headlights. I could see them now. Just shapes, at first dark coats, pale faces. As my eyes adjusted, details emerged. Marla's red coat glowed darker, almost black in the harsh light. Her hair a halo of overset curls. Dean's outline was bulkier, his shoulders blocking a chunk of the beams, casting a long, hard-edged shadow across the lane. My body made the decision before my brain finished scrambling the options. "Get back in the car," I muttered to myself, already moving. I backed toward the driver's door, never fully turning my back on them, my hand fumbling for the handle behind me. The gravel under my boots shifted treacherously, little rocks rolling. I could feel their footsteps through the soles of my shoes. Now Dean's slow, deliberate crunch. Marla's lighter taps, each step dragging a little like she was savoring the approach. I yanked the door open and slid in, slamming it shut with more force than I intended. The cabin light flared to life overhead, a yellow square illuminating Mia's terrified face, her eyes wide, pupils blown huge in the dim. "Lock it," I said. I heard my own voice and barely recognized it. She fumbled for the button and hit it. The familiar clunk of the locks dropping into place ran through the frame. I reached up and slammed my palm against the dome light switch, plunging the interior back into darkness. The hazard light's intermittent orange washed across us instead, painting Mia's face in brief, stuttering flashes. Outside, our world had narrowed down to what we could see through glass. The white glare from the SUV still flooded the rear view and side mirrors, making it hard to pick out shapes. But we could hear them. Crunch, crunch. Gravel underfoot as they walked around the front of their vehicle and closer to ours. "Kids," Marla called again. Closer now. "We really shouldn't stand out here. Cars come fast sometimes. Why don't you let us take a look? Dean can change a tire in his sleep." Her voice slid around the car, coming from different angles as she moved. There was a softness at the edges of her words that made my skin crawl too sweet, like fruit left out on the counter a day too long. A shadow passed across the passenger side window, a vague outline of a head, shoulders, curls. Then, very gently, there was a sound, the flat, hollow touch of knuckles against glass. Toc, toc, toc. Not pounding, not even really knocking, just a light tapping. like someone politely asking to be let in, on a tomb. Mia slapped her hand over her mouth to keep whatever she was going to do inside. Her breathing came through her nose in quick, sharp bursts. I could feel my own pulse in my fingertips where they dug into my knees. The tapping moved, around the front of the car, across the hood. The faint shadows of movement gliding over the metal. Another set of footsteps, heavier this time, more measured, circled in the opposite direction. Dean, I thought, checking for weak spots. His boots made a different sound on the gravel, less crunch, more grind. Now and then I heard the scrape of leather against metal as he brushed too close to the bumper or the side panel. On my side, another shadow loomed, the faint outline of a broad hand raised. Then, again, talk, talk, talk. The sound vibrated through the glass, into the frame, into the air between us. Not loud, but insistent. The way water finds its way into cracks in concrete. Hazard lights clicked. Wind hissed in the trees. Somewhere out in the dark, a length of chain on a fence tapped idly against a post and around our little metal box. Two people who claimed they collected Valentine's stories walked slow circles, testing the edges, knocking on the walls to see which part might give first. 4.2. Into the trees. Sitting there in the dark with those knuckles tapping our windows, I realized the stupidest thing about horror movies is when people stay in the car forever. We weren't safe in there. We were gift-wrapped. They're gonna break a window, I whispered, barely moving my lips. Or wait until a cop stops and helps. Either way, this is their spot, not ours. Mia's eyes were huge in the stuttering hazard glow. What do we do? She breathed. I swallowed, my throat dry. We get off the road, I said, into the trees. We put something between us and them that isn't glass. We call 911 from there. Her gaze flicked to the passenger window, the one facing the ditch and the woods beyond. The glass flashed orange, then black, orange, then black with the blinkers, like a slow, sick heartbeat. Tyler, if we go out there, if we stay, we're sitting ducks, I said. They loosened the lugs. They set the spikes. They didn't do all that to give us roadside assistance, outside. The tapping moved toward the front of the car again. I heard Marla's voice, closer now. Sing-song sweet through the door. You're making this harder than it has to be, she cooed. We just want to make sure you're okay. It's dangerous out here. On my side. There was a heavier thump, Dean's hand landing flat on the roof, palm sliding slowly across the metal. The sound vibrated through the frame above our heads, a long, rough scrap of skin and callus against paint. I made the choice. Slide over. I whispered to Mia, quiet, passenger side. When I say go, you open it slow and we drop into the ditch. We stay low and move into the trees. No talking unless you have to. Got it. She stared at me for half a second, then nodded once, sharply. Her jaw clenched, muscles ticking. We both slid toward the right, trying not to jostle the car. The upholstery squeaked quietly beneath us, each tiny sound feeling like a gunshot in my ears. I reached up and flicked the hazards off. The blinking died, leaving only the steady glare of the SUV's headlights pouring around us from behind. The sudden lack of flash made the darkness feel thicker. Our reflections ghosted faintly in the windows now. Overlaying whatever was outside, I leaned close to the glass, peering through the corner, trying to catch the rhythm of their movements. Marla's silhouette passed across the front of the car, curls bouncing slightly as she moved. Dean's broader shape loomed on my side, then drifted toward the back. For a moment, both were visible in the mirrors, one on either side. Now, I mouthed. Mia's hand found the passenger handle. She eased it back slowly, carefully, until the latch released with a soft metallic click that was almost swallowed by the wind and their footsteps. Cold air knifed in through the crack as she pushed the door open just wide enough for us to squeeze through. Beyond it, the ditch yawned a steep little drop into a darker shadow, the trees behind it rising like a call. We moved. Mia slipped out first, dropping to her hands and knees on the frozen slope. Gravel and crusted snow crunched under her. The sound small but sharp. I followed immediately, one hand braced on the doorframe, the other already reaching for whatever branch or clump of grass I could grab. As soon as my weight went over the lip, the ground tilted. My boots slid on a layer of frozen mud hidden beneath the dusting of snow. My knees hit, a jolt of cold shooting up my legs. A twig snapped under my palm with a loud crack as I caught myself. Behind us. The car door eased back on its hinges, closing itself most of the way with a soft, muffled thud. From the road, it probably looked like a gust of wind had caught it. We half fell, half scrambled down into the ditch. Dead weeds clawed at our clothes, dry stalks breaking with little snap, snap, snap sounds as we pushed through them. Bare branches whipped at our faces. One caught my cheek and scratched a hot line across it that I only felt as cold at first. The bottom of the ditch was a mush of old snow, gravel, and something softer. My hand sank into it up to the wrist before I yanked it back. Fingers coming away wet and gritty. The smell of dirt and decomposing leaves hit me earthy, sour, familiar enough not to set off alarms yet. Above us, I heard Dean's voice, closer than before. "They went into the trees," he said, matter of fact, like he was narrating a nature documentary. "Told you they would." Marla laughed softly, a sound with no joy in it. "They always do," she said. "They think the dark hides them." Mia grabbed the sleeve of my jacket, her other hand fumbling for her phone. A cone of white light suddenly speared out from it, slicing through the branches ahead and turning everything it touched stark and colorless. "Turn it off," I hissed. But it was already too late. The beam shook as her hand trembled, darting over trunks and bushes, then down. The ditch deepened in front of us, the ground dropping away more steeply than I'd expected, a deeper cut where water must have run hard in the spring. The flashlight's glow slid down the muddy wall, caught something at the bottom that shone wetly for an instant, and then her foot slipped. She gasped, the phone flying from her fingers. It tumbled end over end down the slope, the light spinning wildly over dirt and snow, and something pale before it struck something unseen at the bottom with a thick, wet thud and went out. Darkness slammed back in, heavier than before. The smell hit a half second later. It rose up from the deeper part of the ditch like a physical thing, a dense, invisible cloud that punched straight through the cold air and into my face. One breath was enough. It wasn't the earthy, organic rot of dead leaves. This was sweeter and sharper, layered and wrong, rotting meat at the center, a deep, metallic sour note that made my tongue recoil. Under that, the reek of stagnant water, ditch water, Basement water, the kind that never sees sunlight. Another layer yet, the plasticky chemical stink of garbage bags and cheap cleaning products, and something industrial. My body reacted before my brain could name it. My stomach clenched, muscles knotting so hard it felt like my whole torso folded around it. Saliva flooded my mouth in a hot, metallic rush, the kind of prelude your body gives you as a warning you're about to throw up. I swallowed hard, eyes watering, fighting it back because the idea of making that kind of sound out here, in this dark, with those people 30 yards away, was worse than the burn in my throat. Beside me, Mia slapped a hand over her nose and mouth, her shoulders heaving, even through her glove. I heard a small gagging noise escape. The smell coated the back of my throat, crawled up into my sinuses. It felt like it was settling in, like I'd be able to taste it for days, from the road above. Dean's footsteps crunched closer to the edge of the ditch. I heard the soft slide of his sole near the lip, a tiny rain of pebbles skittering down somewhere to our left. Twigs rustled as Marla moved parallel to him, her boots making smaller, quicker impressions. "Dean," she called quietly. "Do you smell that?" He was silent for a moment. I imagined him inhaling, picking apart the layers the way I had, but with none of my horror. "Yeah," he said at last. "They're close." Mia's fingers found mine in the dark, clamping down so hard it hurt. I squeezed back, not to comfort her, but to remind myself that she was still solid, still here, not part of whatever was seeping that smell up from the bottom of the ditch. We pressed ourselves lower, into the cold mud and dead leaves, trying to make our bodies into as little surface area as possible. Branches dug into my ribs. Something slick slid under my palm when I shifted my weight, and my fingers brushed against a shape that was round and unyielding beneath a layer of plastic. I told myself it was a rock, above us. The county road we'd been so desperate to take hummed with distant emptiness. Below us, in the black where Mia's phone had vanished, something waited, breathing its stink up into the night like a secret that had been buried too long. 4.3, bags, bones, and the hand with the ring. For a few seconds, I just knelt there in the dark, breathing through my mouth and trying not to choke on the stench rising out of that deeper cut in the ditch. Then survival and stupidity fought it out in my head, and stupidity won by half an inch. I fumbled for my phone with numb fingers, thumbing the side button just enough to wake the screen. The glow felt nuclear bright in my hand, even set as low as it would go. I cupped my palm over it, bleeding the light through my fingers until it was more of a dull, sickly glow than a beam. Mia hissed, "Tyler," but I shook my head once, sharp, and angled the phone downward. The light slid over the carved-out earth, catching on roots and rocks slick with meltwater, then down onto the bottom of the trench. At first, my brain tried to tell me I was looking at a pile of ordinary trash, a little illegal dumping by locals a problem. Sure, but not this kind of problem. There were black garbage bags down there, a whole row of them, wedged together along the lowest point where water pooled. The plastic was stretched tight in places, bulging. Some had sagged and sunken where whatever was inside had shifted. A few were half submerged in muddy, black water, their tops still tied off in sloppy knots. But trash bags don't swell like that unless they're full of something that rots. The closer bags were bloated almost round. The plastic sheened with moisture, tiny droplets catching my light and throwing it back as dull, oily stars. A couple had torn along their seams, The stress lines pulled into pale stretch marks, exposing what lay underneath. The first thing I saw that wasn't supposed to be there was a glimpse of white through a rip in one of the nearer bags. My brain, still desperate, labeled it laundry for half a second. Sheet, towel, something innocent. Then the light slipped lower and the tear widened in my vision, and I realized it wasn't cloth. It was skin. A hand had forced its way out through the torn plastic, fingers protruding into the cold air like something reaching up from under ice. The skin was gray-white, bloated in places, shrunken in others. The knuckles were tinged with a deep, ugly purple, the color pooling there like bruises on fruit. The fingers curled slightly, not in any purposeful way, just the stiffness of whatever was left, clinging to whatever it used to be. The nails were still painted, red, once, now chipped and flaked, patches missing. The polish dull and clouded from soaking in whatever foul soup filled the bag. The residue clung to the crescent of each nail like dried blood. On the ring finger, pushed tight over swollen flesh, was a gold wedding band. Simple, plain, the kind you can buy at any mall jeweler. The surface was smeared with grime and something darker, but wherever my light hit it just right, it glinted a stubborn little reminder of what it had meant. Once, Mia saw it exactly the same moment I did. Her hand slammed into my arm, fingers digging hard enough to bruise. "Tyler," she breathed. Barely more than air. Oh my God. My throat closed up. My tongue felt too big in my mouth. I moved the light, slowly. Like if I did it carefully enough, it wouldn't reveal anything worse. It did. Not far from the first bag, another had split more widely, its contents slumping out into the ditch water. Something hard and curved pushed against the plastic from within, stretching it into a half dome. The seam had given way there too, and through the gap I could see bone yellow-white, slick with moisture. The beam caught a section of jaw at an angle, half buried in muck but still connected to something inside the bag. There were teeth in it, not a full set, just a few clinging on one front tooth. Crooked. Another molar with a dark filling. Above it, a flap of grayish tissue clung to the bone, thinned out and ragged like wet paper peeled from a wall. Farther back, deeper in the shadow, another shape caught the light. It was half a skull, or what my brain insisted on calling half, because that was easier than admitting how much might be missing. I could see the curve of a forehead, a section of the eye socket, the ridge above it. The bone was cracked fracture lines spidering out from a single deep indentation, the kind you'd get from a hard, focused blow. Inside the concavity of the break, something darker had dried, clinging in veins and clumps to the raw surface. The color was the kind of brown-black you only see in old blood. The light skimmed off it, slid along the jut of bone, and disappeared into shadow again. Mia made a tiny, choked sound, like something between a sob and a gag. Her other hand clamped harder over her nose and mouth, closer to us. The water that pooled at the bottom of the ditch was thick and sluggish. The bags sat in it like bloated bodies in a shallow grave. The surface trembled here and there, small ripples fanning out from no obvious source. We both went completely still, holding our breath to listen. That's when I heard it. A faint, irregular lock-sock from somewhere inside one of the bags. Not loud, not dramatic, just a soft knock thump, like something heavy shifting when the water nudged it. Something hard rolling against hard, bone on bone, or bone on whatever else shared the space in there. Another bag gave a quieter rattle, its plastic crinkling. Something inside bumping the side and then settling. It was the kind of sound you might hear if you picked up a Halloween decoration full of plastic skeleton bits and shook it. Except these weren't hollow props. Somewhere up on the road. Marla and Dean kept moving. "They never look in the ditch," Dean said, his voice floating down, weirdly clear. He sounded like he was explaining a lesson to a slow student. Too dark from the road, too busy with the tire, the insurance, the story they're gonna tell later. It's a perfect place for Valentine leftovers. Valentine leftovers. The phrase slid down my spine like a handful of ice. Mia's nails bit through my jacket. I could feel her trembling. Marla's voice came next, closer. I could picture her standing near the guardrail, arms folded, breath puffing out of her in delicate little clouds. "We give them nice exits," she said. "Pictures, flowers, the works. People throw love away so easily." There was a smile in her tone you could hear even without seeing her lips. "We repurpose it." Like she was talking about recycling cardboard. Like the bodies in these bags were just raw materials for a hobby. My hand was shaking now. The phone's light jittered, skimming across the nearest bag. Then the next. That was when I saw the detail that snapped everything into present tense. The bag closest to us, half settled against the sloping wall of the ditch, had a fresh tear along its top seam. The rip was jagged, as if whatever was inside had snagged against a branch or rock on the way down and strained the plastic. Stuck to the torn edge, glistening in the dim light, was a clump of hair, not old, not matted, long, brown, and still clinging to each other in damp strands, like it had only recently been washed. It hung down over the side of the bag, a few individual hairs separated and plastered against the plastic by moisture. Just below where the hair ended, a thin line of liquid had seeped out of the rip and begun to run down the bag's side. It wasn't the dark, congealed sludge I'd seen in the deeper recesses of bone. This was red. Too red. A bright, translucent crimson that caught my light like a jewel. A droplet had formed at the lowest point of the bag's bulge, fat and perfect, clinging to the plastic by surface tension. As I watched, it grew heavy enough to fall. It let go and dropped. The distance to the water below wasn't far, but in my mind, it fell in slow motion, that bead of blood carving a tiny, invisible trail through the cold air before it hit the surface with a soft, obscene little plip, where it landed. A ring of ripples spread out through the black water, disturbing the thin layer of film that had collected on top. For a moment, the blood swirled in a little ribbon of red beneath the surface before dissolving into the rest. A faint tendril of steam rose where it touched the freezing air above the water. A thin wisp that curled once and vanished. It was warm. Whoever that hair belonged to hadn't been in that bag for days or weeks. They hadn't even been in there for hours. They were new, fresh. Maybe from earlier that same night. Maybe from a couple who had said yes to a practice shot, or a free studio session, or a ride to a better spot for pictures, for a horrifying second. I imagined another couple standing where we'd stood at the steakhouse host stand. Different names, same prey. Them being led out to a location, laughing, maybe a little drunk, thinking they were getting a good story to tell later. The camera, the flash, the nice exit, then a shove, a scream, a struggle that ended with a roll down into this ditch, into these bags, into this black soup. I realized my hand had started to move toward my mouth, some instinct trying to clamp down on the sound rising in my throat. I forced it back down, felt my nails dig into my palm instead, the coppery tang of blood, that other blood. The hot new streak seemed to climb into my nose and sit there, up on the road. Gravel shifted again. A boot scraped, sending another little cascade of stones skittering down the slope a few feet away. "Dean," Marla said, her voice lower now, almost intimate. "Do you hear them yet?" Paused. The silence stretched. "Not yet," he said finally. "But they're close." My phone's screen dimmed a fraction more, the light edging towards sleep. I killed it completely, plunging us back into nearly total darkness. In that black, with the stink of fresh blood and old rot pressing against my face and the killer's voices threading through the trees above. One thought finally crystallized in my head, sharp and undeniable. We weren't looking down into an old crime scene. We were lying on the edge of an active project. And as far as Marla and Dean were concerned, whatever was left in us tonight would fit perfectly into one more bag. 1. Sirens and flashlights. I do not remember deciding to call 911 so much as realizing my hand was already moving. The stink from the ditch pressed against my face, thick as a pillow. Mia's nails were in my sleeve, digging crescents into my arm. Above us. Gravel shifted as Marla and Dean paced the lip, their voices drifting down in pieces about leftovers and repurposing. If I thought too hard about any of it, I was going to freeze. So I focused on the stupid, practical steps of working my phone in the dark. Unlock. Recent calls. Emergency. My fingers were slick with sweat, and whatever I'd picked up off the ditch floor. I had to wipe my thumb on my jeans before the screen would register my touch. The light that flared to life under my palm felt like a flare going off. Even though I kept it cupped, the brightness turned all the way down. The ringing in my ear felt like it lasted an hour. It was probably 3 seconds. 911, what is your emergency? The operator's voice was calm in a way that made everything around me feel more insane. I turned my head into my shoulder, burying my mouth in my jacket to muffle the sound. We're on County Road 17, I whispered. My voice came out as a ragged hiss. Mile marker, I don't know. Just past the turnoff from the highway. We hit a strip. Somebody put down a spike strip. Our tire blew. There's a white SUV Alabama plate, I think. Starts with 92 following us. They said it. They loosened our lug nuts. My thoughts and words crashed into each other. I could feel Mia's eyes on me, wide, listening to every detail I chose, every one I left out. Sir. Slow down, the dispatcher said. Are you injured? Just bruises, I said. We're off the road. We're in the ditch right now. There are bags in the ditch. Black trash bags. Inside, I swallowed hard, tasting the rot in the back of my throat. There are bones, human bones, a hand, a skull. There's a wedding ring. They're still here. The people who did it. They're walking along the road. Please, you have to send somebody now. Above us. Boots crunched close enough that tiny stones rolled down the slope and pinged off my shoes. Dean's voice floated down, faint but clear enough for my brain to translate. "You hear that?" he said softly. "Little mouse is squeaking." I curled my shoulders inward, trying to make myself smaller. Either he was guessing, or he'd seen the glow from the phone. I didn't want to know which. "All right," the dispatcher said. "I've got you on County Road 17 near the highway. We have units en route. Stay on the line with me." "Okay." "How many individuals are there with you?" "Just me and my girlfriend." I said. "Them two. Older couple. White SUV. Love stories on the road. Sticker on the back window. They followed us from the steakhouse. Followed us from the mini golf. They..." "Okay," she said again, riding over me gently. "Do you feel safe where you are right now?" I looked down at the bulging bags inches from my boots, at the smear in the mud where the hand had dragged something down, at the black water rippling as if breathing. Above, Marla's voice was moving away down the road, then back again, like she was walking a slow line along the guardrail. Safe had ceased to be a concept that applied to anything within 50 miles of this spot. "We're hiding," I said. "They're on the road. They don't know exactly where we are. I can hear their car. I can hear..." "A white SUV engine. Please tell the cops not to stop in front of them like everything's normal. Please." "You're doing great," she said, and I wanted to laugh in her face. "Units will be there in approximately 6 to 8 minutes. I need you to stay as quiet and still as you can. If the situation changes, you tell me." Do you understand? Mia's teeth were chattering so hard I could feel it through the grip she had on my arm. "I understand," I whispered. Somewhere in the distance, faint at first under the wind and the whispering trees, a siren started. It was far away, just a high, thin line at the horizon of sound, but as the seconds ticked, it grew. The pitch climbed, the volume swelled, the Doppler whine cutting through everything else. First one, then another joined it. Different tones overlapping in a dissonant harmony that sounded like the entire night was being sawed open. Marla's footsteps stopped. For a moment, all three of us, Mia, me, and whatever was walking above, just listened. "Oh," Marla said, and her voice had lost its sugar. They called fast. Dean's steps moved toward the SUV, each heavy crunch on the gravel sending a little shiver of loose rock down the slope. The sound of his hand on metal came next, a brief thunk as he grabbed the handle. Another as he pulled the door open. The creak of hinge, the muted thud as it closed. "I told you they looked like the type," he said, panicky. "We'll see," Marla replied. Her boots walked along the edge of the ditch one more time, pacing our hiding spot, then faded in the direction of their vehicle. A second door opened and shut. An engine roared to life, louder and harsher out here with no other traffic to drown it. The SUV's headlights swung across the trees, briefly turning the trunks into glaring white pillars, then pivoted away toward the highway. Gravel spat and crackled under the tires as they swung back onto the asphalt. For one long, insane moment, I thought they might just drive the whole thing straight into the ditch and finish the job before the cops arrived. I imagined those lights dropping out of our sightline, the frame of the car crashing through the brushes, plastic bags bursting under its wheels. Instead, the engine note rose as they picked up speed, the sound receding down the road in the opposite directions of the growing sirens. "Sir," the dispatcher said in my ear, "are they still there?" "They're leaving," I whispered. They heard the sirens. "They're leaving." "Okay, stay where you are." Officers should be with you shortly." The sirens grew louder, closer, resolving into individual vehicles. The tops of the trees lit up with intermittent flashes of red and blue, streaks of color sliding over the bare branches. The effect was surreal, like the woods were being scanned by slow lightning. Headlights approached from the direction of the highway, brightening the slice of road we could see through the tangle of brush. One cruiser passed our car, then reversed back, its tires crackling over gravel until it stopped just behind my sedan. Another pulled up ahead, blocking the lane. A third parked on the opposite side, angled to create a little crescent of steel and flashing light. The sirens chirped off, leaving only the warble of their light bars and the crackle of police radios talking over each other. "This is Sheriff's office," a deep voice called. "If you can hear me, we need you to call out and tell us where you are." I killed the call with the dispatcher and pocketed the phone, my fingers almost too stiff to work. Down here, I shouted hoarsely, before I could think better of it. "We're in the ditch, on the tree side. Don't watch the edge. There's spikes." There was a strip of spikes. Several flashlights snapped on at once, beams cutting down into the ditch from multiple angles. The sudden intensity of the white light stabbed at my eyes, painting everything in hard contrast. The shadows became knife-edged shapes around us. Boots crunched closer, heavier and more purposeful now. I heard the thud of someone swinging a leg over the guardrail, then the slide of soles on the slope. A broad-shouldered man in a tan uniform appeared in the glare, half silhouetted, hand up to shield his eyes from his own flashlight reflection. "Stay where you are," he said. "We'll come to you." "You injured?" "Just shook up," I said. "Her shoulder." "We hit." I gestured uselessly at the road above. They set something out, and there are down there. I realized I was babbling and shut my mouth. A younger deputy scrambled down first, one hand on the dirt, the other on a tree root. His flashlight roamed, catching my face, then Mia's, then our car above, then the dark, swollen shapes farther down. His nose wrinkled almost immediately. "Jesus," he muttered. "What died in here?" "Several things," I said before I could stop myself. He shot me a quick look, then aimed his beam toward the deeper part of the ditch. The sheriff followed behind, slower but steadier, his boots finding good purchase like he'd done this 1,000 times. "We got two, early 20s. He called back up. "Alive. Couple bumps and bruises. Smell like something dead. Watch your footing." It's slick. Behind them, on the road, red and blue lights strobed over my car's twisted front end, the strip of nails glinting where it still lay across the lane. Another deputy crouched by the tire, his own flashlight picking out the shredded rubber, the bent rim. A paramedic unit pulled in, its boxy shape visible above the guardrail. "Tell me what happened," the sheriff said, in that steady, practiced tone people use when they've already decided you're in shock and nothing you say will be completely trusted. I tried to tell him about the restaurant, the mini golf, the white SUV, the sticker, the way they'd followed us through town, the lug nuts, the strip, the bags, the hand with the ring, down there. I finished, throat raw. I pointed to where the ditch cut deeper, the place Beth's phone had vanished. There was a hand, a skull, a jaw, a gold ring. Not animal, human, I swear. He nodded once, listening, his light following my gesture. Then he stepped closer to the drop-off, his boots sinking slightly into the muddy incline. The beams from both their flashlights speared into the trench. There were still bags, a lot of them, black plastic, swollen. Some were half submerged, some shoved back under overhanging roots. A couple had torn, their contents slumping out. But from where we were now, lit by bright, official light, what was visible looked different. In one ripped bag, a rib cage jutted at an angle, but the bones were longer, more curved than what I'd seen. The sheriff's light picked out the antlers still attached to the skull, half wrapped in decaying hide. Deer. Another tier exposed a skull with a long snout and teeth not meant for words. A raccoon, maybe, or a possum. In between the bones were plastic food containers, crumpled cans, clumps of sodden clothing. The hand was gone, where I remembered it pushing through the plastic, fingers curled around air. There was only muddy earth and a smear in the dirt that could have been anything, a drag mark. Sure, but no proof of what had made it. The half skull I'd seen with the crushed brow was no longer halfway out of its bow. If it was there, it had been pulled deeper under, tucked out of the light's reach. When the deputy swept his beam over the spot, all it caught were shapeless lumps of dark plastic and water. The smell was still there, but even that seemed reduced. The fresh blood tang had thinned into the background of long-term rot and roadside decay. It was awful. But it was the kind of awful any cop who'd handled dead deer and illegal dumping had smelled 100 times. I know what I saw, I said, too loudly. My voice cracked on the last word. It was a human hand. Human bones. I saw a ring. I saw teeth. The sheriff didn't look at me right away. He kept his light moving, scanning the far edges of the ditch, the culvert where runoff collected. We'll have see as I come out and give this a proper once-over in the morning. He said finally, they'll sort animal from human. Dark can make your eyes play tricks on you. You two have had a hell of a scare tonight. Blew a tire, nearly went off the road. People see all kinds of things when adrenaline's high. It wasn't just... I trailed off. I could hear how I sounded. Breathless. Wild. Like a guy who'd almost crashed and was trying to make sense of it with the worst possible story. Up on the road, someone whistled softly. Sheriff. A voice called. You should see this strip. Somebody took their time. Mark it. He replied. Bag it. Get shots of the tire, the road, the ditch, everything. A figure moved into my line of sight on the shoulder, a man in bad jeans and a department windbreaker. A DSLR hanging from a strap around his neck. Crime scene tech, small town edition. He lifted the camera, turned a dial with a gloved thumb, then aimed it down toward the strip of nails. The first time the shutter went off, it startled me more than the sirens had. A sharp, clean click followed by the faint whir of the mirror resetting. It cut through the mutter of radios and the murmur of deputies like its own kind of punctuation. He took another shot, and another. Each time click, click. That noise burrowed into me. Under the highway lights and emergency strobes, I wasn't on the shoulder of a county road anymore. In my head, I was back under the black lights at the mini golf course, watching Dean lift that old cannon to his chest, hearing the soft, oily chuk-chuk of film advancing, even before his finger touched the shutter button. Digital or film, it didn't matter. The mechanical heart of the act was the same. Frame, capture, keep. The tech moved closer to the edge of the ditch, squinting as he reviewed the image on the back of his camera. The blue-white glow of the LCD screen lit his face from below, making him look momentarily corpse-pale. He swung the lens toward the bags, zooming in on their bulges, their tears, the jutting deer bones. Click. In the flash of the autofocus assist light, the ditch seemed to jump. For a split second, the shadows shifted, and I could have sworn, deep under the tangle of trash and wildlife remains, something else glinted back, rounded, smooth, tooth-like. Then the tech lowered the camera, turning away to get shots of the tire and the gouges my rim had carved into the pavement. The moment passed. Mia sat beside me on the cold ground, wrapped in a thin, silver emergency blanket one of the paramedics had given her. It crackled softly every time she moved, the sound weirdly close to the crinkle of plastic bags in the ditch. I watched the sheriff walk back up to the road, radio crackling at his shoulder, lights still sweeping. I watched the crime scene tech document the trap, the skid marks, the ditch that was now officially full of probably animal remains. I watched the empty stretch where the white SUV had been, the only evidence of its existence now a pair of fresh tire tracks rutted into the gravel shoulder. In the beam of a deputy's flashlight, they shone briefly, damp and new, before the light moved on and left them to dry in the cold. 5.2. The report and the gaps, they loaded us into the back of a cruiser like we were half victims, half evidence. Mia sat pressed into my side, wrapped in the thin silver emergency blanket they'd given her at the scene. It crinkled softly every time she breathed, the sound too much like the bags in the ditch for my liking. My own jacket smelled like rubber and ditch stink and fear. The ride to the sheriff's station was quiet. The deputy driving had the radio turned down low, just enough that I could hear static and bits of codes. The world outside slid past in chopped-up pieces through the streaked side window dark fields, lonely gas stations, the orange glow of town starting to bloom on the horizon. When we pulled into the lot, the building looked exactly the way you'd picture a small-town sheriff's office at night, a squat, brick box with a flag out front, the pole clanking dully in the wind. Fluorescent light spilled out from the glass doors, too white and too harsh after the deep dark of the county road. Inside, the air smelled like burnt coffee, cleaning solution, and paper. A wall of plastic chairs sat under a corkboard jammed with flyers missing pets, a blood drive, a church spaghetti dinner. A vending machine hummed in the corner, its coils holding rows of stale-looking chips and candy. A big analog clock above the front desk ticked audibly, the hands dragging a minute at a time toward midnight. They didn't throw us in cells or anything. They gave us styrofoam cups of water. Somebody found an old gray blanket for me to drape over my shoulders. Then they split us up, just so we can get independent statements. The deputy said, like it was no big deal. Standard procedure. I watched Mia disappear through one door, her silver blanket catching the light like foil. They led me through another into a little interview room that looked exactly like every interview room in every crime show, only sadder. Fluorescent tube buzzing overhead, scuffed linoleum floor, a wood grain laminate table with metal legs, 3 plastic chairs, 1 on one side, 2 on the other. Someone had left a styrofoam cup ring on the tabletop that had seeped into the finish. The clock in here ticked too, louder somehow, with the walls closer. A man in his 40s with deep lines around his mouth introduced himself as Detective Ellison. No suit, just a button-down shirt with the sleeves rolled up and a tie loosened at the neck. The kind of guy who looked like he'd seen a lot of stupid, ugly things and had run out of surprise a while ago. He clicked a little digital recorder on and set it between us. "All right. Tyler," he said, like we were about to go over a traffic ticket. "Start from the beginning. Tonight, I mean. Just tell me what happened." So I did. I told him about the steakhouse, the wait, the couple on the bench, how Marla had stood up, introduced herself, talked about photos like she was picking out fruit at the store, how Dean had barely spoken, how he'd watched. I told him about the mini golf, the blacklights, the tapping on the gumball machine, the way they'd shown up again like it was nothing. Dean saying our names when we hadn't given them, the streaks on his jacket cuffs, the smell I couldn't stop thinking about. I told him about the white SUV, the sticker, the way it had followed us to CVS, through the back streets, onto the county road, about the lug nuts, how they'd been loose when I checked, the spike strip, the blowout, and then, because if I didn't say it, it was going to rot a hole in my chest. I told him about the ditch, the bags, the hand with the chipped red nail polish, and the gold band that had looked exactly like every wedding ring you see on a grocery store clerk or a tired mom, juggling 3 kids at once, the jaw with the fillings, the half skull with the crushed brow and the dried blood clinging inside, the fresh hair, long and brown, stuck to the torn edge of the bag, the droplet of bright red blood falling like a tiny comet into that black water and steaming, actually steaming in the freezing air. As I spoke, I watched his face, looking for any flicker that said, "Yes, I've seen this before. Yes, I believe you. Yes, this fits into some pattern we already know is real." He mostly just listened. Sometimes he scribbled a note on a yellow legal pad. Sometimes he nodded. When I mentioned the sticker love stories on the road, he underlined something. When I finally wound down, my throat dry and my hands shaking, he leaned back in his chair and exhaled slowly, like he'd been holding his breath the whole time. "Okay," he said. "That's a lot. You did good. You remember the plate on the SUV mostly?" I said. "Alabama. Or maybe Kentucky. But I think Alabama. It started with 9-2. I know that much. The last letter was maybe an H. I don't know. It was dark. I was trying not to crash." He nodded, jotting that down. "You've been drinking tonight?" he asked, almost casually. I stared at him. "No. We had soda. I can tell you exactly how flat it was. I can still taste the ice." "How about any kind of drugs prescription? Recreational?" He lifted one hand in a placating gesture before I could react. "I'm not accusing you of anything. I just need a full picture. I take ibuprofen when my back's shot from the warehouse." I said, "That's it. I wasn't high in a ditch full of whatever that was. I know what I saw." He tapped the pen on the pad. "You and your girlfriend argued at all tonight?" he asked. "Things get heated. You two under any stress, sometimes when people are already keyed up. Their brains fill in blanks in surprising ways. We've been under stress for months." I said, "Money, work, all of it. Valentine's was supposed to be a break from that. Instead, I'm sitting here smelling," I trailed off, swallowing hard. The stink from the ditch had followed me. It clung to my clothes, to my skin, to the inside of my nose. Every breath in that fluorescent lit room carried a faint echo of it. The road you were on. He continued, watching me. We get calls out there a couple times a year. Kids dumping trash. Hunters leave guts from deer. People toss roadkill over the guardrail because they don't want to look at it on their way to work. You'd be surprised how many bones end up in ditches like that. I thought of the hand with the ring, the hair, the fresh blood steaming when it hit the water. You ever seen a deer wear a wedding band? I asked, hearing the edge in my own voice. Or have a manicure? Not personally, he said dryly. Look, I'm not saying you didn't see anything. I'm saying you had just almost wrecked your car. In the dark. In a ditch that, I'll be honest, has probably seen every kind of dead thing this county has coughed up. The mind tries to make sense of chaos. Sometimes it grabs the worst possible explanation because it fits the feeling I echoed. He met my eyes, scared, trapped, stalked. You read the news, listen to these true crime podcasts, watch those shows. A bitter little laugh escaped me. You think we made this up because I've watched too much Netflix, I said. That couple followed us, on purpose. They turned when we turned. They showed up twice before we even left town. And somebody put that spike strip down. Somebody loosened my lug nuts. That doesn't just happen. We're not ignoring that, he said, holding up a hand. We've got the strip. We've got photos of your wheel. We'll have our guys check it over. We'll run the partial plate. We'll see if anybody with a photography business matching that description has been through. I'm not calling you a liar, Tyler. I'm saying trauma screws with memory. Details get amplified or erased. He clicked the pen closed and stood. Get some rest, he said. We'll have more for you in the morning. Rest. In that bright little box with the clock ticking like a bomb and the smell of stale cough, phosphor, and rot in my nose. They put us in a small waiting area after the interviews, on opposite ends of a row of chairs. Mia's blanket whispered every time she shifted. Her face was pale, eyes hollow. We didn't talk much. What was there to say that we hadn't already told 3 different uniforms? Someone brought us burnt coffee in paper cups around 3 in the morning. I drank it anyway, letting the bitterness anchor me. Later hours. Maybe Detective Ellison came back. His tie was off now, hanging over his shoulder. He had a folder in one hand, a styrofoam cup in the other. CS. I did a preliminary sweep before sunrise, he said without preamble. They'll be back out there when it's full light. But here's what we've got so far. I braced myself. They confirmed your spike strip, he said. Homemade, nails through a board, the whole 9 yards. No prints worth a damn. Of course. Looks like whoever made it knew what they were doing. The way your lugs were. We're treating that as tampering. Could be connected. Could be some local kids with too much time and YouTube. But either way, it's a crime. Okay, I said. And the ditch, he exhaled through his nose. They recovered multiple bags, he said. Mostly trash, food waste, old clothes, some animal remains from hunting deer, raccoon, possum, like I said. However, he flipped the folder open and glanced at a page. They did find a few small fragments that aren't from animals. At least one appears to be human bone. They'll send it to the lab to confirm. Fragments, I repeated. Where a hand, a skull. He shook his head. Nothing like what you described, he said. No intact hand. No skull section with a depressed fracture. No jaw with fillings. What they've got is closer to chips, a piece of what might be a phalanx, maybe from a finger, a shard of something that might be a rib, small enough they could have been there for a while without anyone noticing. And no jewelry, no ring. I stared at him, but I saw it. I said, I held the light on it, the ring, the nails, the way the skin looked. The blood was still. I stopped. He watched me with that cop stillness, letting me dangle on my own certainty. Could someone have moved it? I asked. Between us calling and them getting there, those people. They were still on the road when They were gone when our units arrived. He said, "We've got dash cam of the approach. No SUV in sight. Tire tracks. Sure, but that's not much to go on. It was dark. It's a rural road. Traffic cameras out there might as well be unicorns." He closed the folder. "I'm not saying there's nothing to your story," he said. "We've got a possible vehicle tampering, a deliberate hazard in the road, and now maybe some human remains. That's enough to keep us busy. But the rest, the couple, the exact details of what you saw in the ditch, that's where things get fuzzy. On paper." On paper, I leaned back in the plastic chair, the molded seat biting into my shoulder blades. The clock over his shoulder ticked on, 1 second at a time, like it was counting down to something I couldn't see. I started to wonder, in that horrible, creeping way self-doubt has, if my brain had started filling in blanks from somewhere else. From every podcast episode about serial couples, every horror video I'd let autoplay while I worked night shifts. Maybe I'd mixed real terror with scripted ones. But then, out of nowhere, I was back in the ditch. I could feel the way the mud had sucked at my boots, smell that first hot wave of rot, see the droplet of red falling, slow and perfect, into that black water and steaming when it hit. The hair, wet and clinging, still glossy in the cold. Memories don't usually come with temperature. This one did. You ever smell something so bad you dream about it after I asked quietly? Ellison frowned. Can't say that I have. I do, I said. I will. That wasn't just deer carcass and trash. I know the difference. You can call it trauma, or panic, or whatever you want. But something human is in that ditch, and those people knew it. He held my gaze for a long time, the neon buzzing overhead filling the silence between us. "We'll see what the lab says," he said finally. "In the meantime, you two should go home, get some sleep. Write down everything you can remember before it fades, if it makes you feel better. Sometimes that helps. Sometimes it helps." He left us sitting there under the fluorescent lights, wrapped in thin blankets that still couldn't block out the ghost of the smell. With a new truth settling over everything, as far as the official story was concerned, what happened out there on that county road was a near accident, a possible tampering, and some suspicious but inconclusive remains. The rest, the hand, the ring, the faces in the dark lived only in the gaps. 5.3 Late Night Deep Dive. For about a week after the ditch, sleep stopped being something that happened to me on purpose. I would lie down. Sure, I would turn the lights off, pull the blanket over myself, close my eyes. But sleep became this skittish animal that hovered at the edge of my bed, sniffing around and then bolting the second I got close. Every time I drifted off, I'd jolt awake again, convinced I'd just heard the sound of plastic bags shifting. That thin, specific shoo of nylon rubbing against nylon. Water sloshing faintly inside. Sometimes it came from the wall. Sometimes from the closet. Once, I swore it came from directly under the bed. Like somebody was slowly dragging a bag across the floor. The smell was worse. It followed me home from the station and unpacked itself in my apartment like an invisible roommate. I'd be microwaving leftovers. The steam from the container smelling like tomato sauce and processed cheese. And then, under it, there it was, a thread of rot. The faintest hint of ditch water and old meat and cleaning chemicals. I scrubbed the bathroom twice, convinced there was something wrong with the pipes, took out the trash early, opened the fridge to see if something had gone bad in the back. Everything checked out. Still, I could be sitting on my couch with the TV on, and my brain would suddenly say, "Smell that," and pull me straight back to the ditch. Mia tried to push forward. She went back to work, texted me during her breaks about patients that annoyed her. We did a follow-up at the station, where Detective Ellison repeated the same line about fragments and labs, and how these things take time. But at night, when she stayed over, I could tell she wasn't sleeping either. Her breathing never settled into that deep, slow rhythm. She'd jolt at little sounds, the fridge compressor kicking on, the pipes ticking in the wall, and then force a laugh like she was mad at herself for being scared. On the nights she went back to her place, the apartment felt hollow and overexposed, like a stage set after the actors have left. The Walmart parking lot outside my window glowed the same sick orange it always had, but now the silhouettes of SUVs in it made my jaw clench. I stopped trying to sleep and started trying to know. It began as a dumb, simple thought. If this is a thing they've done before, it would have left a mark. Cops can spin whatever they want about deer carcasses and trauma, but people up and disappearing, that doesn't just vanish. So I did what everyone does when police reports stop making sense. I opened my laptop at 2 o'clock with the only light in the apartment coming from the screen and the street lamp outside. The fan in the old machine whirred up, a tired buzz that matched the fridge humming in the kitchen. Out in the lot, a car door slammed, the sound thudding through the thin walls. Somewhere, a shopping cart rolled a few feet in the wind and tapped against the metal rail with a hollow clunk. I typed in the first search without thinking too hard about it. Couple missing County Road 17 county name, then widened it missing couple rural road after dinner. Valentine's Day missing state. White SUV photographers missing. Most of what came up was noise articles about totally unrelated disappearances across the state. A couple of sensationalized true crime pieces from bigger cities. But when I narrowed it down with our town, then neighboring towns, and set the time frame to the last 10 years, things started to sharpen. Not into a clear picture, more like smudges that looked worse the longer I stared at them. There was a local news story from 5 years back, young couple vanishes after Valentine's dinner. The article was thin on details. They'd been seen leaving a chain restaurant on the highway around 9 p.m. Their car was found 2 days later in the parking lot of a closed-down ice cream stand 30 miles away. No sign of foul play. Police said at the time, they probably ran off together. Contacts asked to call if they heard from them. The comments under the online version were a mess of blame and speculation. Drugs, debt, kids these days. Only one stuck with me, a user with a profile picture of a dog saying their cousin had seen a white SUV parked near the ice cream stand that night, just sitting there with its lights off. There was a mention in a small paragraph about unrelated deer carcasses found in a drainage ditch nearby, likely from poachers dumping remains. My stomach tightened. I opened a second tab and searched the county archives for County Road 17. Most of what I got were construction notices and one article about a school bus accident from the 80s, but buried in a PDF of old police blotter notes. There was a line about abandoned vehicle located on rural byway. No sign of driver, no evidence of struggle. The date was mid-February, 7 years ago. Deep breath. Next search, Valentine photo shoot local photographer. Then couples photography vintage woods state, our state. On social media, I started narrowing it down by hashtags, hashtag Valentine photos, hashtag couple session, hashtag love stories, combined with the names of nearby towns. Most of the posts were of normal people in normal spots, studio sessions, parks, bridges over creeks, every now and then. I'd scroll past a photo in the woods and my pulse would jump. But the location tags would say things like state park or trailhead. Still, I noticed a pattern. A cluster of older posts from about 4 to 8 years ago mentioning vintage Valentine road session or love story on the road, tagged with locations that were maddeningly vague out on 17 country road vibes. Nowhere. USA. Many links were dead. Accounts had been deactivated. A few photos were still up, but when I clicked them, the caption would be changed to something generic or missing entirely. Craigslist was worse. I searched the services and gigs sections for anything with Valentine, couple, photographer, on the road, in the cached remnants of old pages. I found fragments Valentine's special real stories, real roads. We come to you, discreet, affordable, film only, all ages, all orientations welcome. We shoot on film only, physical copies, no digital footprint, for lovers who want to exist outside the feed. The contact info on all of them was dead. Burner emails, phone numbers that now rang to nothing or belonged to completely different people. At some point, the sky outside my blinds had gone from black to a lighter kind of dark, the pre-dawn gray that made the parking lot look like a drained swimming pool. My eyes burned from the screen. My coffee had gone cold. I rubbed my face and almost shut the laptop. Then, because the worst ideas always come when you're too tired to stop them, I typed one more search, missing persons Valentine. County, then expanded it to the state, filtering for roughly 7 to 8 years ago. It took some digging to get past paywalls and dead local news sites, but eventually I landed on a scan of a small town paper from a neighboring county. Local girl still missing after 3 months. The headline read, she was 22. The article called her bright, outgoing, fond of hiking and photography. She'd left home with her boyfriend for a weekend getaway one February and never come back. Their car had been found at the edge of a rural road near the county line. Inside their bags, a wilted bouquet of gas station roses, an empty disposable camera wrapper. Friends said they'd heard her talk about doing something special for Valentine's, away from people, like in a movie. The boyfriend was listed as a person of interest at first, then mentioned only in passing as also missing. The story was mostly about her. It always is. My eyes drifted to the grainy black and white photo that accompanied the article. It was shot in the woods, a candid-looking shot of her and the boyfriend. They stood in front of a wall of trees, bare branches reaching up behind them. The ground was patchy with snow. She was laughing, head tilted back slightly, hair falling around her face. He had his arm around her shoulders, looking at her more than at the camera. Behind them, off to the right. A reflective road marker poked up through the underbrush, a narrow white post with 2 diagonal stripes. the kind they put along the edges of county roads near ditches, so people do not drunkenly drive into them. My heart started pounding in a way that had nothing to do with caffeine. The marker looked familiar. The angle of the ditch behind it, the line of the trees, the way the ground sloped upward toward what had to be a road just out of frame. If you cropped the picture differently, cut the happy couple out of the center, you'd be left with a background that could have been 20 feet from where my car had died. I leaned closer, squinting at the low-resolution image. The news site's compression had not been kind. When I zoomed in, it turned into a mosaic of gray squares. Still, there, in the smeared background behind the couple, between two tree trunks, was a slash of dark that my brain refused to ignore. Not shadow, exactly. A vertical shape that could have been the trunk of a thinner tree, or the shoulder of someone standing just out of focus, just out of frame. I adjusted the zoom, letting my eyes fuzz a little, the way you do with those old magic eye posters. Beside that dark shape, slightly lower, was a blur of tone that hadn't registered at first. A smear of red, darker than the girl's checked flannel, higher than any bush should have been. A coat. It hit me in a wave. That length, that shade. I pinched and dragged the photo until that piece of the frame filled the screen, just trees, a post, and that weird, unnatural red. Pixels. Sure. Artifacts. At this resolution, I could have convinced myself it was anything. Then I saw what lurked in the darker band beside it. Two small, slightly lighter ovals in a gray smudge, set where eyes would be. Below them, the faintest curve of a mouth, frozen in what might have been almost a smile, even blown up and mangled. The expression looked wrong, not joyful, not surprised, pleased, patient. I sat back, every hair on my arms lifting. 7 years ago, different county, different couple, same kind of woods, same kind of road marker, a hint of a red coat, an almost face with flat, pale eyes in the background. I told myself it could have been a trick of light, a random hiker, some friend they hadn't mentioned, anything. But then my mind paired that half face with the voice I'd heard above the ditch, sweet as antifreeze, saying, "We give them nice exits." I closed the laptop, but the afterimage of that blurry red smear and that gray, almost smile stayed behind my eyelids. It joined the hand with the ring, the steam rising from fresh blood, the smell that would not leave. At some point, as the first delivery truck started moving through the Walmart lot below, and the world pretended it was just another normal morning in a normal town, I realized something I hadn't let myself think at the station. If Marla and Dean had been doing this for years, they'd gotten very good at two things: getting people alone on back roads, and stepping just far enough out of the frame that no one would ever be sure they'd seen them at all. 6.1. Mia. Leaving it turns out almost dying together does not automatically make two people closer. For a little while, it kind of looks like it does. The first few days after the county road, Mia and I clung to each other like we were still sliding sideways on that shoulder. She did not want to drive anywhere alone. I did not want her out of sight. We made all the jokes trauma people make. "I guess that's our worst Valentine's," she said once, trying to smile. "Kind of hard to top a ditch full of corpses." "Hey, at least I finally took you somewhere memorable." "Right," I said back. We both laughed, but it felt like coughing. She refused to even look at County Road 17 on a map, whenever her GPS suggested it as a route. She'd hit avoid like it was an ad. If we had to go anywhere out past town now, she made sure the route stayed on highways wide, bright, crowded, full of other people's taillights. For me, the road was burned into my brain whether I liked it or not. I could close my eyes and see the curve where the spikes had been, the exact tree line, the place the ditch dropped deeper. Every time I drove past the highway exit, my hands would tense on the wheel. The therapist said that was normal. Yeah, we did that too. Couples counseling, trauma therapy, all the TV solutions. Our first session was in an office over a nail salon, the waiting room smelling like acetone and Keurig coffee. The couch was too soft to sit on without sliding toward the middle. There were motivational posters on the wall, photos of people on mountaintops. Words like healing and growth and journey overlaid in bold fonts. The therapist herself was kind. Late 30s, cardigan, sensible shoes. She did the soft voice thing when she asked us to walk her through that night in our own words. Mia went first. She talked about the couple, the SUV, the spike strip, the smell. Her hands shook a little as she described the hand in the bag. Each time she faltered, I filled in some detail. At one point, we were talking over each other, trying to make the therapist see it the way we had. When we finished, the room felt small. The clock ticked too loudly. The hum of the HVAC in the corner sounded like a distant engine. The therapist chewed on her pen cap for a second, then nodded slowly. It sounds like you both went through a very real, very frightening experience, she said. Your bodies and brains reacted to that. The mind can protect itself, sometimes, by organizing chaos into a story that makes sense emotionally, even if every detail isn't objectively verifiable. Not objectively verifiable is one way to say, the cops lost the hand, I said. She gave me a look that was half sympathy, half gentle correction. I'm not calling you liars, she said. I'm talking about perception. Extreme stress can create or intensify sensory impressions, smells, sounds, visuals, especially if someone already has exposure to stories of violence, true crime, horror media. Our minds pull from what they know. So we watched too many murder shows and hallucinated a ditch full of people, I asked. And someone just accidentally left a spike strip and loosened my lug nuts for fun. That part is concrete. She said, someone tampered with your car. That's real, and it's being investigated. But the rest, the specifics of what you saw in the ditch, the motives you're assigning to this couple, that's where we need to be careful. Tyler, you're hyper-fixating on those details. It might be part of how your PTSD is presenting. She said PTSD like it was a math problem. Post-traumatic stress disorder. Check, check, check. Nightmares, yes. Intrusive thoughts, yes. Avoidance, sort of. I avoided the ditch, but not the stories. Hypervigilance, I knew the sound of every car door in our parking lot now. Insurance covered 8 sessions with her, as long as she coded them just right. After that, it would be triple-digit copays, plus the deductible we were still chipping away at from when Mia sprained her ankle last year. Maybe we can't afford PTSD, I said once, trying to make light of it in the truck. And Mia gave me this look like she wanted to laugh and cry at the same time. At home, things got crowded. Our duplex had never been big, but it got smaller once I started printing things. At first, it was just the article about the Valentine couple who vanished. Then the missing girl with the woods photo. Then the old blotter note about the abandoned car. I told myself I was just organizing information, like one of those true crime YouTubers. Except I had no channel, no subscribers, no point other than not being alone with my head. I pinned the pages up on the wall in the little dining area off the kitchen, really just space for a table between the fridge and the sliding glass door. Cheap thumbtacks from Dollar Tree, printed headlines curling at the edges. Mia would be pouring coffee in the morning, her hair still damp from the shower, staring at her face in the microwave door. And over her shoulder there'd be a row of strangers looking back at us. Yearbook photos, Facebook profile shots, grainy surveillance stills. "Can you not put those up where we eat?" she asked one day, voice tight. "Please, it helps to see them all together," I said. Patterns, dates. Look at how many of them went missing in February. "I don't want to," she said. "I don't want to look at them at all." She started flinching at sounds she hadn't used to notice. A truck downshifting on the street out front. The neighbor's bedroom TV turning on above us. The rumble of the heating duct when the furnace kicked in. The metal popping as it expanded. Once, a car backfired outside, and she jumped hard enough to knock her mug over. Coffee sloshing across the table and dripping onto the floor. She stood there shaking, staring down at the spreading stain like it was blood. I wanted to help. I just did not know how. Beyond trying to prove to her, to the cops, to myself, that we hadn't imagined everything. That there really was a monster out there, and it had a red coat and a white SUV and a sticker that said, "Love stories on the road," like a threat. "You're obsessed," she told me one night. We were in bed, the glow from the parking lot bleeding in around the edges of the blinds. The wall clock in the living room ticked just loud enough to be heard down the hall. "You don't talk about anything else anymore. It's always, 'I found this article. Look at this photo. What if they've been doing it for years?" "Because what if they have?" I said. "What if those bodies are still out there? What if that ditch is full of the sheriff will deal with it?" She snapped. "Or he won't. But you sitting here turning into one of those conspiracy board guys isn't going to change anything." She sat up, blanket sliding off her shoulders. "I'm scared all the time," she said. "I hear a car drive slow past the house and I think it's them. I hear a shutter camera in a commercial and my heart stops. I see a white SUV in a Target parking lot and I have to sit in the bathroom until I stop shaking. But at least I'm trying to live like it's not the only thing in my world now. You're building a shrine to it. It happened to us," I said. "Don't we owe it to them to who she cut in? To the people in the ditch? We don't even know their names. We're not detectives. Ty, we're a medical assistant and a warehouse guy who almost died because somebody thought it'd be fun to play with our lug nuts. We got out. We're lucky. I want to be lucky. I don't want to spend the rest of my life staring at ghost pictures and waiting for them to come back." The wall heater in the hallway clicked on with a metallic snap. Hot air rattled through the vents. The sound crawled through the silence after her words. "I don't think they're done," I said quietly. She looked at me then. Really looked. And I could tell that was exactly the problem. 2 weeks after the ditch, she started leaving stuff in piles. A stack of clothes on the chair, the box for her old textbooks in the corner, the overnight bag that stopped being overnight and became stays here always. Then migrated back toward the door on a Sunday afternoon while I was at work. She moved the last of it. When I came home, The bathroom shelf was missing her things. No more bobby pins in the sink. No more half-empty bottle of volumizing this or curl-defining that. The pair of shoes she kept by the door was gone. The corner of the bedroom where she'd kept her tote bags was empty except for a dust outline on the carpet. She was sitting on the edge of the bed when I walked in, hands folded in her lap. There was a suitcase by the doorway, packed but not zipped. "I got the job at the clinic in Fairfield," she said. Before I could ask, "The one I applied for months ago. They finally called back. Mom says I can stay with her for a while." Fairfield was 2 towns over, 40 minutes on the highway, 100 years. If you measured in shared grocery lists and whose name was on the lease, "You're leaving," I said, dumbly. "I can't stay here," she said. "Every time I walk past that wall, those faces stare at me. Every time I hear a car outside, I'm waiting for a knock on the door. And every time I try to talk about anything else, you steer it back to them." She swallowed hard. "I don't want my last picture to be in a ditch." The words landed with the weight of a headstone. I opened my mouth to argue, to say she was being dramatic, that I would take the stuff down, that I'd stop talking about it, that I could unwind myself from the narrative I'd wrapped around us. But behind my eyes, I saw the blurry photo from the old article, the girl laughing in the trees, the hint of red in the background, the almost face. "Okay," I said instead, because it was the only word that didn't taste like a lie. She stood, zipped the suitcase, and wheeled it out. We didn't have a big movie scene goodbye. No screaming, no slammed doors. Just 2 tired people who had been scared in the same ditch and were now scared in different directions. After she left, the duplex felt like someone had turned down the volume on everything except the wrong things, without her TV shows bleeding through the wall. I could hear the heating ducts rattle more clearly. The metal pinged as it cooled, expanding and contracting with little pops that sounded more and more like distant footsteps. The neighbor upstairs still stomped around, but now it was just him and me. His heavy tread back and forth made the ceiling creak, dusty plaster sifting down in tiny whispers. Sometimes he dropped something, a shoe, a remote, and the thud punched straight through my chest. Taking out the trash became a whole production. The plastic bin with the wheels squeaked and bumped over the cracked concrete behind the duplex, the bag inside rustling against the sides with every jolt. In the dark, that sound turned into the bags in the ditch, shifting of their own accord. And late at night, when the Walmart lot was mostly empty and the only light in my living room came from the blue glow of the laptop or nothing at all, I started hearing something else. I'd be sitting at the table under the sagging printouts, or on the couch staring into the middle distance, and from somewhere hallway, bedroom, maybe outside the window, I'd hear a small, distinct click. Not pipes, not the fridge, not the TV. A mechanical, precise sound, clean, familiar, like a camera shutter doing its job. Sometimes it came alone, just one little sound in the dark. Sometimes it came in pairs, with a tiny pause in between, like someone taking 2 quick shots to make sure one came out. I'd sit very still, heart pounding, listening to the silence that followed, and think they're still working. And for some reason, they think I'm worth another picture. 6.2. The voicemail and the page Valentine's Day came around again like it had a right to. By then, life had settled into something that looked normal on paper. I'd switched from overnight warehouse to a later swing shift, 2 p.m., to 10 p.m. because my supervisor said my attendance and focus had taken a hit, and this might help reset my rhythm. What he meant was, so you look like shit. Haynes, and you missed too many mornings. Mia was gone. She texted on holidays and birthdays for a while. Then that turned into the occasional, you good, and then just mutual silence. I still had a couple of her old mugs in the cabinet. Once in a while, I'd catch myself reaching for the one with the chipped rim and have to put it back like it was radioactive. The duplex was quieter. The upstairs neighbor moved out. The new one was lighter on his feet. Or maybe just lonely enough that he wasn't pacing all the time. The heating ducts still pinged and popped in winter. But I'd learned the rhythm. I could tell the difference between the furnace kicking on and a car pulling into the lot without even thinking about it. What I hadn't learned to ignore were the little phantom noises. A soft click in the hallway when I was sure I was alone. The whisper of plastic shifting in the kitchen when there was no draft. Half the time, I told myself it was just the building aging. The other half, I just kept the TV loud. The ditch still showed up in my dreams, but less often. The smell didn't. That was almost worse. A nightmare where you can smell things feels like a memory. When that stopped, some part of me wondered if the therapist had been right, if my brain was filing it under bad story instead of bad thing that happened. On Valentine's Day, the warehouse did what warehouses do, nothing special. A couple of the women brought in heart-shaped cookies and left them in the break room, the pink frosting crusting around the edges by the end of shift. Somebody's radio played a station doing a love songs all-day marathon, which mostly meant ballads from the 90s between ads for discount jewelry and chain restaurants pushing 2-for-1 appetizers. I clocked out at 10:03, fingers stiff from the scanner gun, back aching the way it did when I didn't stretch enough. Outside, the air had that late winter feel, cold, but thin, like it was thinking about spring. The parking lot lights buzzed overhead. My breath clouded just a little. I got into my car, shut the door, and let the silence swallow the last of the radio's love songs spill from the building. The dashboard lit up in familiar blue. My phone, which I'd tossed into the cup holder at the start of shift, buzzed when I woke the screen. One missed call from an unknown number. One new voicemail. Not unusual. I'd been getting a lot of spam lately. Warranty scams, insurance offers, robocalls telling me there was a problem with my social security number that only pressing one could fix. This one didn't come with a transcript, though. Usually. My phone would try to guess at the content of a message and spit out something half garbled. This just said, voicemail 0027. Unknown 27 seconds. I told myself it was nothing. Just someone's pocket butt dial from a wrong number. Still, I tapped it and held the phone to my ear. The message started with a hiss. Not static. Real air. Real environment. Wind across a mic that was trying to compensate. Under it, a low, granular sound, something grinding lightly against something else. It took my brain a second to place it. Gravel underfoot. Boot steps. Not rushed. Just walking. The crunch was specific and rhythmic, the way small stones shift and pop when weight moves over them. I could hear the little slips, the tiny skids, as if whoever held the phone was moving along the side of a road. Behind that, layered in, there was another sound, a dry, irregular rustling, like someone gently kneading a plastic bag full of clothes, or like trash bags rubbing together in a ditch as water sloshed inside. I felt my hand tighten around the phone. There were no voices at first, no hello, No telemarketer patter. Just footsteps. Gravel. Plastic. Wind. Then a new noise slid in a mechanical, precise series of clicks. Chuk, chuk, click. Film advance. Shutter. Not digital. Not the clean. One note tick of a phone camera. This was heavier. More involved. A thumb rolling a lever. Gears turning. Film pulling across sprockets. Then the clack of a physical shutter. The faint whir of a mirror returning. Again. Check, check. Click. And again. A little closer to the mic this time. In the background. Very soft. I heard it, a woman's laugh. Not the full body. Sharp thing I'd heard at the steakhouse when she'd been playing friendly. This was different. Smoothed out. Low and stretched. Like someone humming through their teeth. I thumbed the screen. Paused the playback. Then hit back and replayed from the start. Twice. 3 times. Each time, I caught more. At around the 8-second mark, under the gravel and the bags, there was a metallic clink. Not loud, but sharp enough to cut through 2 hard things hitting. It sounded like dropping a handful of old keys into a metal sink, or bones knocking against a rail as they shifted. At 15 seconds, after a slightly faster run of footsteps, maybe going down a slope, something splashed. A small, thick sound, like a boot hitting shallow water. The plastic rustle got louder, as if someone had nudged a bag with their foot. At 23 seconds, just after a shutter click that felt closer than the others. A whisper brushed the mic. It was almost swallowed by wind. I had to crank the volume and press the phone so hard to my ear it hurt. Perf, it sounded like. Or maybe picture. Perfect picture. Perfect picture. The voicemail ended on another chuk-chk, cut off halfway through. Like whoever had been recording it had slipped the phone back into their pocket, or into a bag, or had just decided they'd gotten enough. I sat there in the driver's seat, the warehouse lot half empty around me, my breath fogging the windshield in uneven patches, replaying those 27 seconds over and over until I could have recited the pattern of sounds from memory. No words, no location. Just a series of noises that, for anyone else, would have been meaningless. To me, it might as well have been a postcard. Happy Valentine's. Thinking of you. I saved the voicemail. I did not call the number back. The last time I'd tried to show the sheriff anything that felt too on the nose, I'd watched it dissolve under fluorescent light and procedural shrugs. A voicemail of gravel and plastic and camera noises on the anniversary of the ditch. He would chalk it up to a prank or a wrong number. I could feel that dismissal in advance. So instead, like an idiot, I went home and opened my phone again. I do not know if it was listening to me mutter Marla under my breath, or the fact that it was Valentine's, and my search history was already a graveyard of missing person queries. But the algorithms woke up. I was lying on the couch. Walmart glow leaking around the blinds, scrolling through my feed on autopilot friends' dinners, ads for heart-shaped pizza, sponsored posts for jewelry I would never buy when a suggestive little box slid into view. You might like this page, Marla and Dean, love stories on the road. My thumb froze mid-scroll. The profile picture was a grainy shot of a camera logo, just an outline, no brand name. The cover photo was a pastel-filtered image of a 2-lane road vanishing between rows of trees. The sky washed in a soft, fake pink like a printed Valentine card. No people, no cars. Just an empty road and the suggestion that if you followed it far enough, you'd end up somewhere worth remembering. My chest went tight. I tapped the page. The header loaded slowly. My cheap Wi-Fi dragging its feet like it knew better. Under the name, the description read, "Film couples photography, real stories, real roads, by appointment only, no address, no phone number." Just a generic email that looked like it had been created last week. The page-created line said it had existed for years, but most of the visible content was recent. Like someone had done a purge. The posts were almost all photos. In the first, a couple stood in a clearing in the woods. You could tell they were a couple because of the way their bodies leaned toward each other, the way their shoulders curved together, but their faces were out of focus, fuzzy, blurred, like the lens had been set just behind them. The sharpest object in the frame was their joined hands. On her left ring finger, a band catching the light. Behind them, a line of trees and, faintly, a white road marker peeking between trunks. The caption was saccharine. Some love stories deserve to live off the screen. Hashtag forever stories. Hashtag Valentine every day. Next post, another couple, this time sitting on the hood of a car on a dirt turnout, again. Their faces were soft smears, eyes and mouths indistinct. The detail was in the small things, the scuffed toe of his shoe, the chipped polish on her thumb as she held a cigarette. In the background, out of focus, the pale side of what could have been a guardrail, a dark ditch beyond. Caption: you don't have to post it for it to be real. Some stories are better kept. We keep them. That one stopped me cold. We keep them. I scrolled further. The pattern held. Always couples, always outdoors, always roads and trees and little glints of infrastructure reflectors, posts, drainage pipes peeking into the frame. Never a studio, never a city street. In none of the photos did I see Marla or Dean clearly. At most, there'd be a stray figure in the background, someone turned away, half hidden by a tree, a blur in a red coat walking along the edge of the frame. The more I looked, the more I noticed what wasn't there. No tags, no usernames linked. The comments, when there were any, were generic and one-sided. So beautiful. Goals. Do you have openings next month? No one ever seemed to answer. A couple of the older posts had broken image icons, like the photos had been removed or corrupted. Their captions were still there. Though, not every story is ready to be seen yet. Some are still developing. Sometimes, the best endings happen off the road. I backed out to the main page and tapped the About section. It was empty except for that one-line description. No reviews, no location, no founded on except a vague year that lined up uncomfortably well with the oldest missing persons article I'd found. My voicemail notification still sat at the top of my screen, a little red dot with a 1 inside it. I opened it again, pressed play. Gravel, plastic, chick-chick, click. Somewhere under the wind, a woman laughed softly, like someone pleased with a private joke. At the very end, after I'd turned the volume all the way up, phone pressed to my ear until it hurt. The whisper came through again. Perfect. It sounded like this time. Or maybe picture. The line went dead with a soft, final click. On my laptop, the therapist's online portal tab was still bookmarked at the top of my browser. I thought about messaging her. Hey, remember when you said my brain might be making things up? Hear this. Instead, I sat alone in my dim living room. The Walmart lot humming outside, my phone warm against my palm, and scrolled through a page full of people whose last pictures might already be printed and stored in some box I would never see. The tagline at the top of the page stared back at me: love stories on the road. For a second, the letters blurred, rearranging themselves in my tired brain into stories on the road. We love, and behind that, stories we chose, stories we keep, stories that never get to tell themselves. 6.3. Trying to screenshot a ghost. The smarter version of me would have taken one look at that page, thrown the phone in the trash, and moved to a different state. Instead, I did what everyone does when confronted with something that feels too unreal. I tried to trap it in pixels. Right after I found the Marla and Dean Love Stories on the Road page, I took screenshots, a whole burst of them. Cover photo, about section, individual posts, captions. Thumb up, tap, shk. Thumb up, tap, shk. The fake sound of my phone's shutter overlaid itself on the memory of the real one from the voicemail until my head felt like it was full of stacked exposures. Then I did something I told myself I wasn't going to do anymore. I texted Mia. Tyler. Hey, I know you don't want to talk about it, but you need to see this. I attached 3 screenshots: the page header, the couple in the woods with the ring, and the caption about "we keep them." The message sat there as delivered. Blue bubbles waiting. No typing dots. No read receipt. Fair. She had drawn her line. But sending it made the whole thing feel less like a hallucination and more like a shared problem again. Even if she never opened it. After that, I forced myself to sleep. It was less sleep and more a collapse, boots still on the floor, jeans half unbuttoned, hoodie bunched up under my neck, the glow from the parking lot bleeding in through the blinds. The ductwork thumped and hissed overhead. Somewhere outside, a truck's backup beeper chirped once, then stopped. When I woke up, it was mid-afternoon. My phone was under my thigh, screen down, battery at 3%. I plugged it in, showered, microwaved some leftovers I didn't taste. Only when I sat down at the kitchen table with a mug of too strong coffee did I open the texting app again. No response from Mia. The message still said delivered, nothing more. Fine, whatever. I tapped the screenshots, ready to look again, to circle details, to maybe screen record a scroll of the page just in case. That was when I noticed the little broken image icon over each shot, a gray triangle with an exclamation point. Tap to retry, it said. I tapped. The screen flickered. Then, this media is no longer available. All 3 screenshots. Same error. Like they had never finished saving, or the files had corrupted overnight. Except I remembered the little thumbnail previews popping up when I'd sent them. I remembered zooming in on the caption text to check I could read it. I backed out and went straight to the source. Opened the app. Typed Marla and Dean Love Stories on the Road into the search bar. Hit enter. The page loaded halfway. The profile picture circle spun, showing a ghostly hint of the camera logo. Then the whole thing snapped to a default error screen. This content isn't available right now. It may be because the owner only shared it with a small group of people, changed who can see it, or it's been deleted. My stomach did a slow flip. I refreshed. Same error. I tried the link in my recent history. Same thing. It had been, 12 hours. Less long enough for me to sleep off the adrenaline and drag myself into another workday. apparently long enough for whoever was behind the page to reach through the wires and snip the thread leading to it. I tried searching variations. Love stories on the road. Photos, Dean and Marla film couples. Just love stories on the road by itself. The results came back bloated with absolutely normal content wedding photographers. Indie song titles, sappy quote pages, but buried in there, like hair in soup, were a few accounts that set my teeth on edge. One had a profile name of Dean and M Roadside Love Studio. Same camera logo, slightly cropped. The feed was 3 posts deep. First, an out-of-focus couple on a guardrail, faces blurred, their knees touching. Caption, sometimes the road is the only witness. Hashtag couple goals. Second, just a shot of a road sign half covered in vines. Third, a grainy photo of a hand resting on a steering wheel. A ring catching the flash. The last post was from 2 years ago. No recent activity, comments turned off. Another page, M and D Vintage Road Sessions. Had one post a car parked on a dirt turnout near a tree line, shot from behind. You could not see who was inside. Caption. Some journeys end where they're meant to. That account hadn't posted in 5 years. It felt like walking through a neighborhood full of locked, empty houses that still had lights flickering inside. I dug around until I made myself late for work. The pattern was always the same, a name that echoed the original. A few posts hinting at the same vibe: roads, trees, blurred couples, then silence. At lunch, sitting in the break room under the buzzing fluorescent light. I tried again on my phone. No page, no screenshots, no response from Mia. For a few days, nothing happened, which somehow made everything worse. My brain hates a vacuum. It filled the silence with questions. Had I imagined the page entirely? Had my phone glitched and served me a Frankenstein suggestion from cached images? Had someone seen the single lonely view on their dead page and decided to disappear it? Or in this one sat there like a lump in my throat? Had they been watching the whole time and slammed the door the second they saw who had knocked about a week later? The internet decided to answer. It was around midnight. I was on the couch, laptop balanced on my stomach. The TV on mute showing some reality show about people flipping houses. My eyes were grainy from too much screen time. The Walmart lot outside was mostly empty, just a few cars glowing under the orange lights. Somewhere a shopping cart rattled faintly when the wind pushed it. I wasn't even thinking about them at that exact second. I was letting the algorithms spoon-feed me junk videos of cooking hacks I'd never try. Friends' baby photos, memes. Then, in the middle of a scroll, an ad slid into place, styled to look like a regular post, just a tiny sponsored label under the page name. Local couples photographer, limited Valentine availability book. The image got my attention before the text did. 2 people stood on a second-story balcony, leaning against the railing. The shot was framed from the parking lot below, angled up. Nighttime. The glow from a sliding glass door behind them threw them into silhouette, their faces blurred by motion or exposure. The background was dark, but familiar. My chest went cold. I knew that balcony. The railing was the same cheap metal, painted once in a neutral beige that had flaked away in places to reveal rust. The siding behind the couple was the same fake wood paneling, with that weird vertical seam that ran just off-center. To the right, partly out of frame, was the corner where the building's downspout ran. It was my old duplex, mine and Mia's, and for a moment, my brain rejected it. Could have been any complex. I told myself, there are a million buildings like that. But then I saw a tiny detail that killed the denial. On the railing, to the left of the couple, hung a beat-up wind chime shaped like a crescent moon. Mia had found it at Goodwill our first year there. The bottom was supposed to have little metal stars, but 2 had fallen off, leaving gaps. The remaining ones hung crooked. In the photo, those exact stars were there, the same 2 missing. The wire twisted the same way. The couple on the balcony, it was hard to see them clearly. Their faces were a smear of tone, and the photographer had leaned into it, adding some fake soft focus effect around their heads. Their bodies were sharper, though the way the woman stood with one hip hitched against the rail, arms folded tight, the set of the man's shoulders turned 3/4 toward her, one hand raised like he was arguing, palm out. It was like looking at a reflection in a funhouse mirror of a night I remembered too well. One of our late arguments spilling out onto the balcony, words getting too loud for walls that thin. I had thought we were alone. My finger moved before my better sense caught up. I clicked the ad. The browser opened a new tab with a little spinning icon. The URL bar populating with some generic roadside love stories. Com address. The page tried to load and then threw up a white screen with black text 404. Page not found. The page you are looking for might have been removed, had its name changed, or is temporarily unavailable. My heart hammered against my ribs. I hit refresh. Same error. I copied the URL, pasted it as plain text into another tab, and searched it. No results. So they could buy ad space to push a ghost site into my feed, but they couldn't stick around long enough for me to see the portfolio. I backed up to the social tab and just stared at the dead ad for a moment. The Book Now button sat there like a dare. The page name, in small, bold letters above, was Roadside Love, Film Sessions. I clicked the name to go to the page. Error. This content isn't available right now. Of course it wasn't. A little box popped up on the side of the screen as I sat there. Cursor hovering over nothing. People you may know, it said. Cheery. Like a friend at a party nudging you towards someone you should hit it off with. 3 faces showed up. Old classmates, a guy from the warehouse, and a blank. Gray circle with the name Dean H. The profile had no cover photo. The avatar was not a face. It was a dark, slightly out of focus shot of a film camera resting on what looked like a metal trash can lid. The background was a blur of tree trunks and the hazy suggestion of a road beyond. I clicked it. The profile was mostly locked down. No posts visible. No friends list I could scroll. Just a hometown listed in small letters I didn't recognize and a public intro line. Some stories are better kept on film. No mutual friends. No recently joined. Just a presence. Hanging there. Quietly offering me the chance to add it. I sat back in my chair, the cheap upholstery creaking. The laptop's fan whined softly. From the kitchen, the fridge compressor kicked on with a low rumble. Outside, in the parking lot, a car door shut, and a pair of footsteps walked across the pavement, the sound coming up through the floor. For a second, my cursor hovered over the Add Friend button. Then, somewhere in the apartment, barely audible over the laptop and the fridge and the ductwork, I heard a small, distinct click, like a shutter. My skin crawled. I closed the tab instead. The profile suggestion stayed there on the side of the screen for a long time afterward, like it was patient, like it knew I would eventually get tired of pretending I wasn't already in the frame. 7. 1. Framing you, the listener, right now. As I type this, my whole world is the cheap little table in my kitchen and the glow of this laptop screen. The table came with the duplex, fake wood, one leg that wobbles if I lean my elbows in the wrong place. Above it, the kitchen light is this yellow dome that makes everything look like it has a nicotine stain. Even though I do not smoke, it hums faintly, a high, whining buzz that you do not hear until you are alone with it at 2 in the morning. Past the table, past the narrow strip of linoleum that counts as the kitchen area, there is a sliding glass door. The vertical blinds are mostly closed, but there is a gap where one slat never quite lines up. Through that crack, I can see the Walmart parking lot. It looks the way it always does this time of night. Sodium vapor lights throwing that weird orange over everything, turning white cars into something dirty and sick. A handful of vehicles come and go, late shift employees, night stalkers, people who do not want to be home yet and cannot think of anywhere else to go. Their headlights sweep across my blinds in slow arcs, painting the room with moving stripes of light before vanishing. The fridge to my left hums, then clicks, then hums again. Every time the compressor kicks on, it sounds like a car starting somewhere inside the walls. The AC vent above my head rattles when the furnace decides I have been cold long enough. The ductwork ticking and popping as the temperature shifts. Somewhere, a pipe in the bathroom wall knocks 3 times, always 3, like someone's knuckles testing the plaster. The neighbor's TV upstairs leaks faint sound down through the ceiling. I cannot make out words, just a rise and fall of voices, a canned audience laugh, the low beat of a theme song. Sometimes I try to recognize what show it is. Tonight, I do not bother. It is just more noise in a house that is finally quiet enough to be honest. My fingers are on the keys. The cursor blinks at the end of a sentence I have just deleted and rewritten twice. The email subject line up top still says what it did when I started Valentine's story for your channel. Please read to the end. I am sending this to a horror channel you probably know. I am not going to name it, because I do not want to drag anyone else into this on purpose. You clicked on a video because you wanted to hear a true story that happened on Valentine's Day. Something to make your commute shorter, your dishes less boring, your bed a little less empty. I am the I behind the title. I know. Right now, you are probably not sitting at a cheap table with a Walmart lot outside your window. You are somewhere else entirely. But I can see you almost as clearly as I see the reflection of my own face in the laptop screen when it goes dark for a second. Maybe you are lying on your back in bed, phone resting on your chest or propped against your pillow. The room is dim except for the screen's glow and whatever little LEDs your electronics throw out. Alarm clock, power strip, the tiny light on your TV that never really shuts off. The walls are close. The headboard is a flat surface a few inches from your skull. Sound bounces there in hard little echoes. Maybe you are in your car, parked in a lot like mine, engine off or idling. The windshield is a cold pane in front of you. Your phone is connected to Bluetooth. The narrator's voice coming through the speakers. Outside, the world is mostly dark, broken by islands of light in other people's windows. Your doors are locked. The glass, the dash, the roof above your head, every part of it is something a noise can knock against. Maybe you are in your kitchen, hands in the sink, water running over plates. Your phone is leaning against the backsplash or sitting on the windowsill above the sink. Screen slowly spotting with little flecks of soap. The cabinets around you, the tile, the faucet, the steel of the sink. It all gives sound something to hit and come back from. Either way, there are surfaces near you, walls, windows, floors, things that remember vibrations for half a second after they happen and pass them back to you a little thinner, a little stranger. I am telling you this because I need you to pay attention to the sounds around you while you listen. Not just to the voice reading my words, but to the quiet underneath it. The hum, the taps, the little accidental noises your house or car or apartment makes when it thinks you are not listening. I am also telling you because there are parts of this story that I have not told anyone else. The version the police got is the sanitized one. Cars and roads and possible tampering, some weird bags in a ditch, a scared young couple who maybe overreacted to some deer carcasses and trash. That is what made it into the report. The therapist got a slightly uglier version, but even there I held back. I let her call it PTSD and trauma processing and exaggerated sensory memories. I did not tell her about the voicemail that came a year later, full of gravel crunching and plastic bags and the sound of a film camera advancing. I did not bring up the way the whisper at the end sounded like someone saying, "Perfect picture." Mia never saw the page I found that night, Marla and Dean, love stories on the road. She never scrolled through the blurred couples in the woods, or read the captions about stories we keep. Because by the time she might have, all the screenshots I had taken were suddenly no longer available, and the page had turned into a generic error box. She definitely never saw the ad that popped up in my feed weeks later, a local couples photographer using a shot of my old balcony, my old life, with two blurred figures posed exactly like we had stood there once, thinking we were alone. I clicked it. Of course I did. The portfolio link was dead. The only thing it gave me was a suggestion on the side, people you may know, Dean H., and a profile picture of a film camera perched on a trash can. I have not told anyone about any of that. Not the cops, not the therapist, not Mia, not my mother when she called and asked if I was doing better with your nerves. Because every time I rehearsed it in my head, hey, so the guys who might be serial killers sent me a custom Valentine voicemail and then started buying targeted ads. It sounded insane, even to me. And if there is one thing I cannot handle on top of everything else, it is the look people get when they gently decide you are crazy. So instead, I've been filling my nights with noise, leaving the TV on until the streaming app asks if I am still watching, letting YouTube autoplay horror videos until the same sponsor reads the same ad 5 times, turning on the bathroom fan just to have something else whirring. And still, under all that, the house talks, right now, as I type. The ice maker in the freezer coughs out a batch of cubes. They fall with a hollow clatter into the bucket below, sharp enough to make my shoulders twitch. A second later, a chunk of ice cracks from the temperature change. A little pop, like a knuckle. In the wall behind the fridge, a pipe knocks 3 times. It always does it in the same pattern, toc, 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 like someone testing the thickness. There is a plastic grocery bag hanging on the back of the bathroom door, the one I use as a laundry catch-all before I drag it down to the machines in the basement. Every once in a while, with no vent running and no window open, it will rustle against the wood, a dry, papery scrape, like a hand sliding along a bag in the dark, out in the lot. A car pulls into a spot directly in line with my window. The headlights swing across my blinds, throwing thin white stripes over the laptop screen. For a second, the reflection of my own face vanishes, replaced by a bar of light and shadow. The engine cuts. The door opens, then shuts. The sound coming up through the floor. I pause, hands still on the keys, and wait to see if there is anything else. A second door. Footsteps on the stairs. A knock. Nothing. Just the fridge humming and the clock over the stove ticking each second into the next. So I go back to typing this email. To you, to the guy whose job it is to sit in a room, read strangers' worst nights into a microphone, and send them out into the dark for people like you to fall asleep or stay awake to. By the time he is reading this part out loud, I do not know exactly where I will be. Maybe still at this table, staring at the send confirmation. Maybe standing at the sliding door, looking out at the lot. Maybe in bed, pretending the sound I just heard is the heater and not something else. I do know this. I am tired of being the only one who knows the whole version. The ditch, the bags, the hand with the ring, the missing page, the voicemail, the balcony ad, the profile that suggested itself like it had always been there, waiting. You wanted a Valentine horror story that really happened. This is as close as you are going to get from me. Not because I am some brave whistleblower or whatever, but because I am starting to think that the more people hear it, the less chance it has to stay just mine. You, wherever you are, surrounded by your own little chorus of hums and clicks and rustles, you are part of this now, whether you meant to be or not. 7.2. The real last picture. I paused halfway through that last paragraph and did something I probably should have stopped doing months ago. I opened the voicemail again. It is still sitting there in my inbox. The only saved message from an unknown number, time-stamped exactly 1 year to the day after the ditch, 27 seconds long. I have it backed up in 3 different places now. Like that will keep it from doing what everything else tied to them seems to do rot. Glitch, vanish. I press play and set the phone down on the table beside the laptop. Speaker turned up just enough that I can hear it over the fridge, but not so loud that the neighbors will. It starts the same way it always does, with that breath of wind across the mic. A thin hiss. Then the gravel comes in underneath. You can almost hear the individual stones compressing and shifting under weight. The steps are measured, no hurry, no stumbling, just walking. Like the person holding the phone is strolling along a shoulder. One side drop off, one side trees. Under that, after 3 or 4 seconds, the plastic joins in. It is a specific sound. Hard to explain if you have not heard it in person. Not the crisp crackle of a fresh shopping bag, not the crunch of a trash bag being wadded up. This is more sluggish, damp. The thick, sticky drag of full bags rubbing their sides against each other. The water around them sucking at the plastic when they move. There is a little weight in it, a little delay, like something heavy settling. At around the 6th second, the first mechanical noise cuts through. Ch-ch, click. It is small, almost polite, but it threads itself through everything else. You can hear the thumb pulling the advance lever, one smooth motion, not rushed. The whine of film moving across sprockets is barely there, but if you have ever handled an old camera, your brain fills it in, then the shutter snaps. The sound is crisp, final, a brief, clean slice. In my head, every time that sound comes, I see the same frame. The ditch, the way the ground drops away in a sharper line where the mowers could not reach. Bags bloated and black at the bottom, their surfaces shining wet in the strobe of hazard lights. One torn open, The hand with the chipped red polish reaching out. The gold ring, dull under my phone's beam. Behind it all, the dark, wet smear where something had been dragged. Chick-chick. Click. Gravel. Plastic. Wind. A sound like a boot nudging a bag. The contents shifting with a soft, obscene slosh. At the 14-second mark, the mystery clink appears again, a metallic tap. Like bone or metal hitting something hollow. Once. Twice. On repeat listen, you can almost convince yourself you hear a third, softer after echo, like the vibrations bouncing off steel. At 19 seconds, just under the wind, a low laugh threads in, a woman's laugh, but scaled down, like she is holding it in her throat. It does not spike or choke the way laughter usually does. It rolls, almost a hum, as if she is watching something satisfying, but not surprising. This is how it was always going to go. This is the punchline she knew was coming. Then, near the end, after another shudder closer this time, the mic briefly picking up the soft scrape of finger on camera body. A whisper brushes the mic, a consonant, a breath. The faintest eki or tour drowned under the last swell of wind. Perfect. Picture. Take your pick. Either way. It is a verdict. I let the message play out, ending in that tiny, hard click of someone hitting stop. Then I do what I always do, hit replay. As if the 10th listen will reveal something the first 9 didn't. It never does. All it does is tighten the loop between that sound and the memory I have been avoiding telling you until now. Because there is one part of that night I kept to myself. When the sirens finally hit the tree line above the ditch, everything went very bright and very loud all at once. Red and blue light smeared across the bark, across the bags below, across Mia's wide eyes as she clung to my sleeve, the sound of the approaching engines, the wail cutting out as the cruisers pulled up, the radio chatter, my senses overloaded. I focused on the nearest thing, the sheriff's boots coming down the slope, the beam of his flashlight, the way his hand reached toward us. We started moving then, climbing. There is a blank spot of memory where my body knows it was scrambling up mud and roots, but my brain was somewhere else. When it snaps back in, I am halfway up the ditch wall, the taste of metal in my mouth, my heart pounding so hard it feels like it is trying to kick out through my ribs. And for some reason, in that exact moment, I looked back, across the ditch, on the opposite side from where the cruisers had parked. The slope rose up to a thin line of trees that the headlights barely touched. Between two trunks, just at the edge of where the light faded back into black, a figure stood. Red coat, dark curls, body turned half away from the road, half toward us. Marla. For a heartbeat, I thought she was just watching. That would have been bad enough seeing her there, upright and calm. While we were clawing our way out of the hole she had tried to feed us to, then she lifted her hands, and something small and boxy moved into the narrow cone of light. It was the camera, the same old film body Dean had cradled at the mini golf place, the same strap, frayed at the edges, the same black, battered lens. She brought it up to her face like she had done it 1,000 times, elbows in, steady, even from that distance, even through the siren glare and adrenaline haze. I remember the way her fingers settled one on the focus ring. One curled over the top. The world was chaos deputies shouting, sirens dying, gravel under boots as men ran, the grit of my own breath in my ears, but somehow, in my memory, There is this perfect, silent moment in the middle of it. The lens pointing straight at me. I do not remember hearing the shutter then. The noise from the cruisers and the radios was too thick. Maybe she timed it to the whale. Picked the exact second the siren peaked so that the little click would be swallowed. But I saw the flash. A white burst. Just a little brighter than the headlights. Blooming in a square in front of her face. It washed over the ditch for a fraction of a second. Bleaching the bags, the mud, the climb out into high contrast. It turned Mia's skin bone pale. It made the ring on that dead hand flare up, tiny and furious. And in that instant, I knew exactly what the frame would look like from where she stood. Foreground, two figures, mid-scramble, half out of a ditch. Faces tight with effort and panic. Clothes streaked with dirt and ditch water. One looking back over his shoulder, eyes wide. Caught in the act of realizing he is being seen. Background, a row of black bags, swollen, some torn, white shards jutting, a hand with a ring reaching out of one, a hint of skull, of teeth. The roadside marker, the edge of the road, the glare of red-blue lights painting the trees behind. It would be, from an artistic standpoint, almost beautiful, a real Valentine's story, a beginning, a middle, an almost ending. Two survivors crawling out of a grave they were not supposed to escape. The before picture for whatever she and Dean had planned next. I did not tell the sheriff that I had seen her there. I did not tell the therapist. Did not tell Mia by the time I could have. The edges of that moment had fuzzed with all the others. And what was I going to say? Oh. And by the way, while you guys were saving us from a car, I'm pretty sure they sabotaged. The woman I'm telling you about was 20 feet away, taking souvenir shots. It sounded insane. It sounds insane even now, on paper. But when I put the voicemail to my ear and hear that shutter, I see that flash. Not the literal one, but the ghost of it. I see the composition she would have gotten if her focus was just right. If her hands were as steady as I think they are. I am almost certain that somewhere, wherever they store their trophies, shoeboxes, albums, the trunk of that white SUV, there is a print of me and Mia in that ditch. Maybe a contact sheet with our faces circled in red pen. Maybe pinned up on a wall. A reminder of the one that almost got away. Maybe it is hanging next to other frames, just like at different cars, different couples, same ditch, same bags, the same black water creeping at the edges. Maybe our shot has notes scribbled in the margins. Too early. Didn't let them sink. Good expressions. Fear still fresh. My nightmares do not disagree. In the worst ones, I am back at the bottom of that trench. The water is much higher, up to my chest. Cold enough that my bones hurt. The bags that were piled neat along the slope have started to rupture, one by one, as if something inside them is expanding. The seams split with wet, ripping sounds. Dark water and pale shapes spill out, bumping into me. Bones, ribs that scrape along my shirt, finger bones that snag in my hair, a jaw that knocks against my collarbone, teeth clacking together like it is trying to speak, skulls bob to the surface, some still draped in scraps of skin and hair, some clean and yellow. Eye sockets turn up toward the slice of sky. A hand with chipped red polish curls around my wrist and does not let go. Another grabs my ankle from below, dragging. Above, on the lip of the ditch. Someone walks along the edge, gravel crunching, plastic rustling. Chuk chuk. Click. Every time the shutter fires, one of the heads in the water snaps around to look directly at me, as if the sound is a command. Their jaws hang open. Some of them have tongues, gray and swollen. Some are just empty holes. Click. Another turns, and another. Soon every face in the ditch is pointed my way. Some of them are strangers, a few horribly. Look, familiar features I have seen in missing person articles, yearbook photos, reflected in windows. In the last dream I had, one of them looked a lot like me. The water thickens, something between mud and blood, pulling at me. The more I struggle, the harder it is to move. Bones knock against my ribs, my hips, my knees, like they are trying to rearrange me into a better pose. Up on the ridge, the figure keeps walking. The camera lifts. The flash blooms. In that burning white instant, I see it all frozen me in the middle of the mess. Mouths open around me, hands clutching. A perfect picture. Then everything goes black, and I wake up in my bed, lungs burning. The sound of a very real click echoing somewhere in the apartment. Most nights I tell myself it is just the heater, or the ice maker, or the neighbor's TV. On nights like tonight, with this email open and that voicemail still ringing in my ears, I am less sure. 7.3. The car outside and the click that follows you. The part I have been putting off is this one. The part where the story stops being that thing that happened last year and becomes whatever is happening right now. The laptop is warm under my wrists. The cheap laminate of the table smells faintly like old cleaner and microwaved food. The cursor blinks at the end of the sentence about my nightmares. The clock over the stove rolls from 2:42 to 2:43 with a soft little tick that sounds much louder than it should. I am about to type the words. That's all I know. When I hear it, an engine turns over outside, close. Not the distant, dull kind from the main lot. Not the rumble from the road beyond the Walmart. This one is right under me, in the little strip of parking by my building. The sound vibrates up through the floor, a low growl that settles into idle. I freeze, fingers hovering over the keys. Engines start out there all the time. People come and go. Night shifts, early morning runs, bad sleepers. That is normal. But this one sounds familiar. The pitch, the way it sort of coughs once, then steadies. The faint rattle under it, like an old belt. Then the gravel starts. You do not really hear the pavement in the big lot, just tires on smooth asphalt. But the little horseshoe of parking behind my duplex is half chewed up gravel. When a car moves slow on it, careful, you can hear every pebble roll and crunch. This is that sound. Slow, deliberate. The same granular scrape that is burned into my brain from the voicemail. Each small rock shifts under weight, cracks against its neighbor, resets, gravel, then a brief pause, then gravel again, like someone easing into a spot and feathering the brake. The hairs on my arms lift. I get up, my chair legs scraping the floor. The kitchen light feels too bright now, like a stage. I reach over and flick it off. The room drops into a softer dark, lit mostly by the laptop and the sodium spill from outside. At the sliding glass door, I stop and stand just to the side. out of any straight line from outside to in, and pinch two of the vertical blinds apart with my fingers. The parking strip is a patchwork of shadow and sick orange light. My car is there, and the neighbors. 3 empty spots that should still be empty at this hour aren't. There is a vehicle in the far right space. I cannot see the color exactly under the sodium lights. Everything is some shade of rust, but it is the right shape. Mid-size SUV, slightly older body style. Headlights off, windows dark. No movement inside that I can make out. I tell myself it could be anyone. People park in the wrong spots here all the time. Overflow from the next building. Some guy sleeping it off. Whatever. I almost let the blinds fall back into place. Then I see the sticker. It is a small rectangle in the lower corner of the back window, catching the light in that way only high-gloss printing does. I cannot read the text from here. It is turned partly away from my angle, but the graphic is clear enough. A little camera, old school shape, lens circle, viewfinder bump. It glows a faint, mocking white in the orange fog. My throat goes dry. I let the blinds close. Behind the sliding door, the room feels smaller than it did a second ago. The hum of the fridge gets louder. The AC vent above me exhales a thin breath, then goes still, somewhere in the building. A pipe clanks once, twice, 3 times. I tell myself to sit down, to finish writing, that the worst thing I could do right now is open my door and go out there. That is exactly how you end up in someone else's story. I am halfway back to the table when the sound in the hallway starts. First, the soft mechanical sigh of the elevator doors opening down the corridor. They make the same noise every time they stick a little, then slide, the rollers giving this worn-out metal exhale. Then footsteps, not rushing, not stumbling, calm, measured. The cadence of someone who knows exactly where they're going and is in no hurry to get there. My apartment is near the end of the hall. The carpet out there is thin and stained. It muffles sound, but not completely. I hear the steps come closer. Heel toe, weight shifting just enough that the floorboards beneath groan a little. They pass apartment 3B, keep coming. They reach my door and stop. For half a second, maybe less, the air on my side of the door feels charged, like when you stand too close to a TV screen. I can hear the faint, hollow space between the wood and the frame. The way sounds from the hallway take on that slightly boxed quality. No knock, just stillness. Whatever is standing there, if anything is, does not move, does not breathe loud enough for me to hear. It is like the building itself is holding its breath. Then the footsteps resume, slow. 3 more steps past my door, then fading, turning toward the stairwell on the far side rather than back to the elevator. A moment later, from down below, something metallic snaps open and shut. The mailbox row. A little clack as one of the thin doors gets pulled. Another as it slams back. A soft scrape that could be paper being shoved into a tight slot, or something else. I stand there for a stupid amount of time, staring at my own door, waiting for another sound. A knock. A voice. The slide of an envelope under the threshold. Nothing. The laptop screen over my shoulder times out and goes dark, turning into a dull mirror. My face floats there, eyes wide. Shoulders hunched, ghosted over the faint reflection of the blinds and the orange stain of the parking lot beyond. I make myself move, back to the chair, back to my hands on the keys. I tell myself that if they wanted in, They would not be this polite about it. The email window is still open, my half-finished thought blinking. I start to type the ending I had planned. Something like, if you hear about a couple going missing off a county road near here, just know they were not the first. I get as far as, if you hear about when my phone buzzes on the table, it does not ring. Just that short, insistent vibrate that means new email. For a second, I consider ignoring it. Whatever it is can wait. Let it sit. Let the unread badge grow like plaque. Then the subject line flashes in the little preview that pops up in the corner of my screen, and my stomach drops. From unknown, subject, we finally found your good side. The breath goes out of me in a single, shaky exhale. The email app is already open in the background. I click it before I can talk myself out of it. More out of reflex than anything. The message is at the top of the inbox, bolded. I click it. There is no body text, no greeting, no Dear Tyler or spammy link. Just that subject line repeated once in the header. We finally found your good side. And below it, one attachment. Valentine_final. JPG. It is a tiny little thumbnail next to the file name, just a smear of dark and light. Too small to make anything out. The size is just big enough to be real. Not enormous, not tiny. Just a picture. My cursor hovers over it. All I would have to do is tap, double-click, let it open in some viewer so I could see exactly what they think my good side is. Maybe it is nothing. Maybe it is a stock image, a scare, a joke. Maybe it is something so awful it will snap whatever is left of my brain in two. I sit there, the glow of the screen turning my hands bloodless, listening. Through the wall, the neighbor's TV cuts to silence. The fridge cycles off, the hum dying away. For a moment, the whole building seems to be waiting. I decide. I do not open the file. Instead, I Alt-Tab back to this email, back to the words spilling onto this screen and out of your speakers. And I start typing this last part faster. Because here is the thing, I am not stupid enough to think that hitting send is going to stop them. If they want in, they will find a door. They always do. But I can make sure that whatever they put in that attachment does not land in my eyes first. You clicked on this video because you like horror stories that feel real. Maybe you are listening because your own life is boring, or painful, or just too quiet, and you want something worse than your own thoughts to fill the room for a while. So here is what I am going to leave you with. Next time you are driving alone on a dark road, any road, not just mine, and you notice a white SUV in your mirror that never gets quite close enough to pass, but never falls all the way back, do not write it off as coincidence right away. Take a turn you were not planning. See if they follow. Pull into a gas station that is still open and full of people. Trust the part of your gut that does not care if you look paranoid. Next time someone approaches you outside a restaurant, or on a bench, or near a mini golf place and tells you you and your partner would make great pictures, especially if they say the words Valentine and free in the same breath. Ask questions. Where do the files go? How long do they keep them? Do they work on film only? No digital? Why? If their answers make you feel the way I feel hearing that shutter sound in my sleep, walk away. I promise you. There are worse things than being rude to a stranger. And if you are listening to this inside a car right now, engine running or not, humor me. When the story ends, when the narrator's voice fades out, and the YouTube app auto-suggests what you should watch next, do not click anything. Turn your engine off. Count to 3. Just listen. Listen to the air moving around your vehicle. to the tick of cooling metal under the hood, to the faint whine of your speakers going quiet. Listen for the sound of something brushing against the outside plastic on glass. Maybe the drag of a bag along a door, the soft, distinct click of a camera that is not yours. Pictures need darkness to develop. They just need you to stand still for a while. I am going to hit send on this now. Behind me, somewhere in the apartment, maybe the hallway, maybe the living room. Maybe right outside the glass door, I hear a tiny, perfect click that is not the heater, or the ice maker, or my neighbor's TV. So I will leave you with this last line, in case the next picture you see makes you feel like you have seen me before. If you ever see my face in the background of a happy couple's photo online, just know I did not smile for that shot.